हेलो चेक. हेलो. हेलो चेक.
Welcome to the Thane Literature Festival. For the first time ever, Thane celebrates the timeless magic of words. A festival where imagination takes the stage and every conversation sparks a new idea. Be part of this celebration, because here, every session tells a story, and every story begins with you. And now meet our guests. Voices that inspire, minds that ignite. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic begins now.
एफडी इंटरेस्ट जो तुमने आते ही उड़ा दिए थे।
उड़ाए थे।
कार की EMI। अरे मुझे चलाने
मर्क्यूरी।
Oh my God, what a night that was.
और ये इस घर की पहली EMI।
लाइफ से बड़ा कोई अकाउंट नहीं, ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब। इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको। यस बैंक, लाइफ को बनाओ रिच।
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेक पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
हाय श्रुती, कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा, मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखतायत?
अगं आता तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढा आपलेपणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू DJSB फॅमिली.
DJSB सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
सुबह सुबह बैंक स्टेटमेंट.
IT रिटर्न्स. ये 16970 का पेमेंट कौन सा था? 4 जून.
गोल्डन सैंड.
उड़ चले.
और ये एफडी इंटरेस्ट जो तुमने आते ही उड़ा दिए थे.
उड़ाए थे.
कार की EMI. अरे मुझे चलाने
मर्क्यूरी.
Oh my God, what a night that was.
और ये इस घर की पहली EMI।
लाइफ से बड़ा कोई अकाउंट नहीं, ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब। इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको। यस बैंक, लाइफ को बनाओ रिच।
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेक पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
हाय श्रुती, कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा, मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखतायत?
अगं आता तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढा आपलेपणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू DJSB फॅमिली.
DJSB सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
Good morning. Once again, good morning, friends. Suswagatam, namaskar, welcome to day 2 of the Thane Lit Fest. As we are beginning into the second day celebration of literature, culture, and ideas, let us first honor the spirit of our nation. I request everyone present here to be please rise for the national anthem. Bharat Mata Ki. Friends, yesterday was a truly memorable day, filled with thought-provoking sessions, inspiring speakers, and the wonderful participation from all of you, our enthusiastic audience. The warmth, curiosity, and the love for literature that we experienced yesterday has set a beautiful tone for this festival. And today promises to be just as exciting, with many more enriching sessions, ideas, and stories waiting to unfold. So let us step into this new day of words and imagination together with the same spirit of celebration. In our first session for today, Erotica and Beyond, we are pleased to present someone who with her wit and insight has been chronicling India's heartbeat for decades. To guide this special conversation, I now call upon our distinguished writer, Ms. Namita Devi Dayal, to introduce the one and only, the legend, Ms. Bachi Karkaria. I now invite Rotarian Yamini Kundedkar to formally introduce our panelists.
Thank you, Kalita. Good morning yet again. With immense pleasure and delight, let me introduce to you all the moderator of this session, Namita Devi Dayal. Namita is an eminent journalist and a classically trained vocalist whose life beautifully bridges the world of rigorous reporting with the deep soul of Indian arts. She serves as a senior journalist for the Times of India, wielding a pen as insightful as it is elegant. A proud graduate of Princeton University, her intellectual curiosity and lyrical sensitivity infuse her acclaimed body of work. She is the celebrated author of the award-winning memoir, The Music Room, a winner of the 2008 Vodafone Crossword Popular Book Award. Her literary repertoire also includes the engaging novel Aftertaste and the compelling biography The Sixth String of Vilayat Khan. Her most recent and highly discussed work, Tangerine, How to Read the Upanishads Without Giving Up Coffee, chronicles her midlife journey into Hindu philosophy with accessibility, humor, and a non-dogmatic spirit. The book blends memoir, music, and philosophy, reflecting her own deep engagement with culture. Having also served as the co-director of the Times Lit Fest, Namita Devi Dayal is a true cultural synthesist, a writer whose work is as richly steeped in the classical traditions of India as it is attuned to the pulse of modern life. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Namita Devi Dayal. And now it's time for me to introduce our legendary speaker of the session. With great respect and honor, we present to you a trailblazer of Indian journalism, Bachi Karkaria. Bachi Karkaria stands as a towering figure in the landscape of Indian journalism, a true doyen whose visionary spirit fundamentally reshaped the nation's metropolitan news culture. She is celebrated as the editor who dared to move the pulse of the city, its vibrant and complex urban issues from the back pages to the coveted front page, forever transforming what we call metro journalism. Her editorial prowess is legendary. As a Jefferson Fellow and the Indian board member of the World's Editors Forum, she masterminded some of Times of India's most iconic and enduring offerings by creating and editing the effervescent Bombay Times. Her strategic brilliance shines in the swift and stunning turnaround of TUI Bangalore, where her leadership propelled the edition from number 4 to the pinnacle of number 1 in a mere 18 months. Beyond the newsroom, she has been a tireless advocate and curator of culture, co-curating the esteemed Times List Fest Mumbai for 8 celebrated years. Her monumental career has been rightfully adorned with innumerable accolades, including the Mary Morgan Hewitt Lifetime Achievement Award and the prestigious 2024 Ladli Award for Gender Sensitivity. Karkaria's fearless pen wielded genuine social change. Her groundbreaking, unflinching reporting on AIDS was so powerful, it didn't just inform, it catalyzed a shift in both national policy and public consciousness, earning her advisory roles with influential bodies like NACO and the Gates Foundation. Today, she continues to captivate millions through her beloved columns, weaving satire and wit in erotica and dispensing candid, heartfelt wisdom in giving gyan. A best-selling author of compelling works like In Hot Blood, Dare to Dream, and Capture the Dream, she also dedicates herself to nurturing the next generation, shaping the craft through media training across continents. Bachi remains an enduring muse, her indelible legacy inscribed in the stories she tells, the journalists she mentors, and the pages she has filled. She continues to inspire through her writing, teaching, and editorial membership. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the one and only Bachi Karkaria in talks with the very dynamic Namita Devidayal. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
I have a much shorter introduction to Bachi, which is that it's a secret that I'm going to let out because I've come to Thane. She's actually a teenager wearing an old person's disguise. You know, when we were driving here, I was with her son and daughter-in-law, and we just celebrated Bachi's 80th birthday a couple of months ago. And when Akshita, her daughter-in-law, was sending out the invites to people, she said that 50% of the people who wrote back, before they even said their RSVP to accept, etc., they wrote back saying, 80? Really? And that's really Bachi for me, and for a lot of people who know her, quite beyond her career. But I think we will talk about her public interface and start at the very beginning. So Bachi, why don't you tell us about, Bachi is a third-generation journalist. So why don't you tell us about your very early days in Calcutta, where your father ran a press and a newspaper, the Navroz, and just like any stories about that time, and then we'll get to the 3 mantras that your father taught you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that introduction. It's always very, very embarrassing to listen to that and say, good Lord, did I do all that? And actually I haven't. So any person who does an introduction, please take it with a huge pinch of salt. All right, now to come back to my family. My grandfather in 1917 started a Gujarati weekly in Calcutta. So Calcutta, Gujarati, I mean, it wasn't a Parsi weekly, but it was like for all the Gujarati-speaking communities of Calcutta. And they were all outpost diaspora communities, so they really needed this bond. And, but of course, this is Calcutta. I mean, there was hardly any Gujarati press. I mean, there was no Gujarati press. There was very little Gujarati writing. And so my grandfather had to, first of all, get all the typefaces from Gujarat Foundry in Mumbai. And they came in a crate. But now remember, this is 1917. So they came in this crate, which came half broken. So my grandfather followed the Thela Gari, from Howrah station to our press, picking up the pieces which were falling out of the crate. And then having done that, naturally all the typefaces were jumbled. So then he had to sit and, get those sorted. Now, there were no Gujarati people who were ready to, because whoever were there were already working with their mama, kaka, etc. So he took these fresh off the boat Bihari boys, trained them in the language, maybe not the spoken language, but about the setting. So remember, these are hard metal hand set types. So you had each font and you put each one of them, into that form. So this was the whole legend of it starting. And the family has a lot of legends. And among them is the fact that they never missed a day of publication. So even during the war, during the riots, yeah. So which is why when I'm told, oh, why do you have to sort of write a column every week? If you're on a holiday, go. I said, oh my God, no, I can't. I mean, I have to remember that if this paper survived through fire, flood, and riot and world war, then I have to do it. So that's my grandfather. My father, of course, grew up also in Calcutta. And so his Gujarati was, again, smattering. But he went to supply side. He went and got a wife from Gujarat, from Navsari. Yeah. And so my mother, who was really just a matriculate from Navsari, daughter of a priest, very modest background, but was always in the library. So she had this very literary, and she'd studied Persian as well. So she actually, turned out to be the de facto editor of the paper and took it to a very different level. And really, when she died, like there were 114 institutions in Calcutta which were part of the memorial service. So I have sort of, I mean, when I was growing up, I was like, all of us don't have a very often a relationship with our mothers. But it's in later years that I realized the kind of leap that she had made.
Wow, thank you for sharing that, Bachi. One of the most amazing things about Bachi's career is that it's sort of a Bharat Darshan. So, you've really done all the metro cities, and after Calcutta, you came to Bombay and joined the Times of India School of Journalism, the Training Times. And really that's incredible because, Bachi is like a compulsive grammar monitor. So if you say something, like many of us now talk in this way where we'll have a little bit of American with in the way we talk, and if you give something and I say, no, I'm good, she'll be like, what do you mean you're good? I know you're bad. And so tell us about the Times of India, how you came to Bombay, what brought you there, how did that transition happen, and was that the real beginning of your career as such?
Well, yes and no, because as since we grew up on the premises of that press, so you'll have old-fashioned people saying, oh, she has ink running in her blood. And it was almost that because you were breathing the fumes of those lead types. And well, yes, so I kind of was always co-opted to write the report for my father's paper. It had one English section for the Parsis. So if it was a 16-page paper, it had two pages for Parsis because the Parsis of Calcutta did not know Gujarati. And they certainly couldn't read it, and they certainly couldn't understand my mother's level of Gujarati. So I used to do kind of that sort of reporting, but of course it was very different. But of course then my father, let me tell you a little, go back on this, that so
Please share your father's mantras, because
I'll do that.
I promise you'll end up following at least one of them.
So I have grown up being brainwashed into these words. You're not a dumb donkey who's going to get married, and you have a career to follow. So, yeah. So it became very difficult to handle personal relationships thanks to this terrible, first of all, this weight of destiny. You're not to get married. I mean, any man who. So when I came to Bombay, I mean, there it was all, everyone was in marriage mode. So, you know, you used to have these young Parsi boys who my aunt was throwing in my path. And I mean, like, there's my father, and here's this aunt, and what am I to do? So I had a wonderful ploy, which was that every time these young men would come, and not that many, okay, sorry. And
because there are not that many Parsis only.
Bombay mein bahut the. And so then I would say, you know, in my Marxist days, when I was a revolutionary, and I was, like everyone in Calcutta University was a revolutionary. So that was a perfect put-off for the Parsi boys. They would really run a mile. So then I was like saved from all that.
Actually, you would have made a very good Bombay housewife.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And anyway, so I came here, and for me it was like a really culture shock. One, because first of all I was staying with my aunt to start with, and it was a Parsi colony, and I had never known Parsis in that form, right? So and then I had never known so many Parsis. Like in Calcutta, you might come across one in like a month's time or during an event. But here they were, if you spoke in Gujarati, there was somebody who would interfere and, you know, jump into the conversation. So it was quite unnerving. But it was really nice because Bombay was a very different city from Calcutta. So for me, it was a whole new experience. And with the training times, you had to spend 6 weeks with each paper. So I first went to Femina, and then I went to Illustrated Weekly. But with Illustrated Weekly, we'll come to that, my favorite part of my career. And you know, then Khushwant Singh said, no, she doesn't need to go anywhere else. So then I continued there, for 10 years.
Oh my God, so what happened to the other parts of the...
Nothing, I didn't do. And sometimes I feel bad. No, you see, it was that first we did a lot of text.
By the way, this was in 1969, just to give some context, timeline. It's extraordinary. It's like I was just about born.
So no, we did the training theory part. See, it already
so can you describe a little bit about what the Times was then? Because journalism is no longer journalism. Yeah. So in those days, just a little bit, like some kind of visual description, because it was the typeset days as well, right? Like,
yeah, it was, you know, see, I didn't have...
And there were mostly men.
Pardon?
There were mostly men in the newsroom?
No, there were a lot of women. There were a lot of women because especially, like we were on the magazine floor, and I was very pleased to meet your moderator, I mean the lady who introduced me in such glowing terms, because her mother-in-law used to be at Dharmyug, and we were at Illustrated Weekly, and this was the 4th floor, and so all the magazines were there, and the magazines were very heavily women, with a lot of women. But even in Times of India, there were quite a few on the reporting. And
oh, really? Mm-hmm. So what was the training essentially that you went through?
Like training was like, you know, I mean, one really didn't need it, but it was like, you know, we did exercises, we brought out a training times, and I'll tell you something about that. So, you know, because we all used to kind of produce this paper, and one day I had nothing to write, so I just sat down and wrote down all my impressions about Bombay Parsis. And that piece, it was, the editor called it, year plug, here cometh the Parsi. And it began with, there are 2 kinds of Parsis in Bombay, those who work in Central Bank and those who don't. And it is like, it is scary, it is really scary, not so much now, because I think that generation has died off or got dementia or whatever. But so I would constantly be meeting Parsis who'd come up and say, I'm a Parsi, but I don't work in Central Bank. And even the non-Parsis, they would have not read anything that I'd written so much after that, but they'd all remember that.
That's fantastic. I still remember a middle that Bachi had written, which was called Dadar Side of Midnight. Bachi, I think you really did reinvent language and storytelling at some other levels. So, was Khushwant Singh, can you tell us about your Khushwant Singh days and how much of that has influenced your whole style of storytelling, where humor is such a big part of it, but there's also an incredible gravitas?
You know, if you ask me to speak on Khushwant Singh, I will not stop.
No, I'll
Or
stop
even
you,
my
don't worry.
days in the weekly, because they were so formative, you know, and I can promise you and say with the greatest degree of honesty that what I learned at the weekly with Khushwant Singh was something that has been the entire, it's not just influence, but it has actually formed me as a journalist.
Bachi, can you tell the audience a little bit before that about the Illustrated Weekly? Because I don't think many people of our generation are even familiar with it.
Many people know about the Illustrated Weekly.
Wow.
Not bad, not bad.
I mean, it was really quite the magazine of India.
So Khushwant, I mean, when Khushwant Singh took over, it used, the former editor, it used to have quite a legacy of writers, but then the last bit was like really bad, and it was A.S. Raman, who used to only have pictures of himself with his current godman on the cover. Yeah, and in fact, when I went to Statesman many years later, and the Statesman, of course, lives in a world of its own, and had not known at all what Khushwant Singh had done to the weekly. That means that Khushwant Singh took it up to, since everything is measured in circulation, he took it up to 3 lakhs at a time when the Times of India was 1 lakh. Wow. Yeah. And
it was a national magazine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
so
what would you say was the defining feature of this magazine? Why was it so successful? Was it modeled on Life magazine to some extent?
Not at all. The one thing he took from Reader's Digest was start everything with an anecdote. But otherwise, it was not the Reader's Digest. It was, you know, Rahul Singh, his son, described it best that he took magazine journalism and shook it by the scruff of its neck. And, you know, today we talk about reader-friendly, appealing to the thing, you know. He started all that. He said, okay, I don't want Hari Prasad Chaurasya. Okay, I want him, but I want Shakila Bano Bhopali. You know, and at that time, there was this stone murderer, Raman Raghav, and there was the trial. And Khushwant Singh sat through that trial and, you know, wrote all about it. So it was really coming down to the level of, you see, at one level it still is. But, you know, journalism was all about writing for your peers, writing for the, you know, for your sources. And like, it was always the story about, you know, editors of Times of India were measured in how many times they said, as I said to the PM, or as the PM said to me, you know. So that was a very, very different culture. And in the Times of India, Samir Jain, who is blamed for a lot, he's the one who really changed that.
It's true.
So Khushwant Singh...
Everyone has a nice side.
Yeah. So Khushwant Singh, you know, kind of really changed it. He understood people. And it's really strange because he was a novelist, okay? He was the authoritative,
Historian
on Sikhism, right? And he didn't want to join the Illustrated Weekly. But he kept on making very outrageous demands. But they all said, yeah, we'll take you. And they did it. And he understood it. And so, for instance, today we talk so much in the paper about community. Like we're always wooing community in a big way. So Khushwant Singh started by having, you know, he covered all the communities of India in a cover story. You know, and he would sort of talk about their eminent people, which was, of course, very flattering for them, and about their rituals and their history. So he gave the entire, you know, that unity and diversity sense. The second most, the most important thing was that he was totally irreverent. And I think that is what I have learned, you know, from him. If today one is even allowed to be irreverent, but I will not go into that hot potato.
Alex Smart.
Yeah, and but he was always deflating. The bigger the gas bag, the happier he was to deflate it. And he didn't stop when they died. He was famous for writing the most awful obituaries about people.
Tell us the most interesting, fun one.
I cannot remember those obituaries, but in our journalism book, and this whole business of obituaries becoming into, real
Hagiographies.
Yeah, hagiographies. So in our journalism book, there was a line which said that the tradition in obituaries is the Latin phrase nil nisi bonum, nothing but good. But they've got so bad that it's become into nil nisi bunkum. So
meaning
it's bunk.
Oh,
Yeah, it's only bunk, nothing but the Latin is nothing but good, but now it became nothing but bunk. Anyway, so Khushwant Singh would do that, and he really, he was so bold, even in public, like in speaking, when he'd be at a conference, everyone would be droning, etc. But the minute Khushwant Singh went to the podium, there'd be this audible, kind of excitement through the wave.
Because he used to tell the best dirty jokes also.
Yeah.
He used to tell great dirty jokes.
He was very grateful. He used to love saying his dirty. See, he created this image of dirty jokes. He created this image of dirty old man. But he was really nothing like that. I mean, I'm sorry, he'll never forgive me for ruining his reputation. But,
Bachi, let's get back to Khushwant Singh later. But now we're going to move back to Calcutta, where you joined the Statesman. And the line that you famously, I remember, said about that is that what you learned over there is that a dead dog on the road is more important than floods in China.
That I did not relearn in Statesman. It just got endorsed in the Statesman.
I see.
But it's again a line from my journalism book, that the dead dog in the street outside is more important than the flood in China. It really does sum up the fact of, like I talked about community. Okay, but it's also
local.
Yeah, not in my backyard. So,
and the idea of local news being so important, and I guess this was pre-television or? Definitely. Oh yeah, I'm like losing the chronology. So can you tell us a little bit about reporting on the city, which is what you started doing essentially there, right? Like the whole sort of ground level reporting, that famous story that won you an award, was it the Metro story? So can you talk a little bit about that one story, and also what the takeaway is from that kind of reporting and why that's so important even today?
So actually after 10 years with the Illustrated Weekly, my late husband, ex-husband, kind of, he took a job in Calcutta much on my prompting, because by then Khushwant Singh had left and the weekly was not at all as much fun as it used to be. And so we came back to the Statesman, and for about 6 months I tried, not working and sending stories to the Illustrated Weekly. It didn't quite work. And so then like Mr. C.R. Irani, who was the managing director, he kept saying, why don't you join? So I joined. But as I was telling you earlier, like Statesman lived in that world of its own, and there's, nothing else. And I remember one assistant editor knew about my work, and the other assistant editor had only thought of the Illustrated Weekly in those old days and said, Ranabir, I didn't know you went to the dentist that often, because the old dog-eared copies of Illustrated Weekly used to be in the dentist department, along with copies of Soviet Land. Those were all free things which used to be this. So now this new editor, I mean, the old editor was dying, and he was dead actually by the time I had joined. And let me tell them that about my joining the Times of Statesman.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so
talk about anything, Bachi.
The first day that I joined Statesman, as I walked into the office, Sanjay Gandhi fell from the sky and crashed and died. The second day, V.V. Giri died. The third day, that lovely editor died. So I said, now the fourth day, if somebody dies, I am not going to join this paper. And I was like the first woman assistant editor, and there the news editor said, over my dead body. But he didn't die right away. He died 10 years later, thank God. And because why was I a journalist? So first of all, I was a woman. Secondly, I had gone to journalism school, which was like for old-fashioned journalists, that was anathema. You had to learn journalism on the job. You didn't learn it in the class.
I would agree, though.
Yeah. So anyway, I come here, and this editor, who's this Marxist, and has sort of lived in another frame and really didn't know what I was about. So he said, okay, you write edits on municipal affairs, which at that time was the lowest beat. And so now I didn't have to write, I was an assistant editor, right? I didn't have to file a report every day. So I then used, all my weekly background to write feature stories. Now, Calcutta still is, and at that time was like the dying, Rajiv Gandhi had famously called it the dying city, and it was like, because of Mother Teresa, it was like the metaphor of squalor and of poverty. And it had lots and lots of civic problems. So it was a gold mine. I mean, there was the gold mine in the gutters over there. And so I began to write these city stories in great depth. And they had such a response because, people had given up on Calcutta. Nobody said, there's no point in even anybody writing about it because it's a dead city. So now here I was writing about it, trying to find out, what exactly was wrong, why it was going wrong, So they were like, and when I saw the response, I said, this is really what is so important.
Is there any one story that you'd like to talk about, either from Cal or Bangalore, that you've reported on, or Bombay? Well, the AIDS one for sure we'd like to talk about, but where you feel like, that's what makes you really excited to be a journalist, where you can actually see the impact.
I'll tell you about Calcutta. Let me tell you about this local journalism, because I think I'm really a champion for local stories. And when I went to Bangalore, we kind of finally convinced the Times, and we'll come to that. But like in the Statesman also, like I did this 4-part series on hospitals. And I kind of didn't do one hospital at a time because that would have become so repetitive. So I had this, these are the pre-computer days, remember that. And so I had this thing that I would fill my notebooks, with all these interviews and whatever material I had got. And then I would go and I would number the pages of these notebooks. And like sometimes there were like 3 or 4 notebooks. I'd number the pages, then as I read through it, I would find the broad streams of the main thing, and then put those page numbers under that heading. So there was no word, search engine, nothing in those days. So that is how then I kind of did it. And I remember that Jyoti Basu, like who was the CPM, god, if you can say god in Marxism. And he kind of actually told the hospital workers that, look, hospitals are not like your regular, features. You cannot do your trade union buzzy in hospitals. And this was after.
Wow.
Right? Then there was this story because, everything was CPM. So the municipal corporation was CPM and the government was...
Communist Party of Marxist.
Communist Party, yeah. And so there was one very derelict public square, which was by now right in the heart of the city, if every one of you know, it was on Park Street, which was like the trendiest city, but it had fallen to druggies and stuff like that. And so what the municipal corporation, with the connivance of the state government, were trying to convert it into a commercial complex. And because I'd been writing on city stories, a city activist sort of gave me wind about the story. And then it became like one of the biggest, controversies of Calcutta. And I actually really single-handed, because then the other reporters, in fact, one of my assistant editors told the other reporters that, why is she having to carry this whole burden on her own? And they said, no, it's her story. We don't want to touch it.
Bachi, just can we move on to, because I think we're going to be short of time, and I want to again talk about your most kind of compelling stories in the health sector, which was on AIDS. Again, we're kind of almost in a vintage era discussing things that like communists and AIDS, which are almost like kind of...
Now you know why I'm a legend.
we're in a time capsule, but again from a reporter's point of view, and perhaps because we're not talking to journalists here, but like regular people, why these kinds of stories are important, why they have an impact, how policy responds to it. Can you give that one example of a story or an idea that you've covered which really did change something, which therefore has a ripple effect on all our lives, you know? And it's...
I think maybe, I mean, not by any design, surely just by her circumstance, you know, that I kind of started doing stories that nobody else was doing. And I think, and really I keep going back to Illustrated Weekly, the kind of rigor, the kind of discipline in trying to find stories, you know, was just so important. And important, you know, don't use cliches, don't do that. So now, because I've been writing as public health, as very, very, not very much in Statesman, that's when I came back to Bombay. Then we came back to Bombay after 10 years over there. And that's when HIV/AIDS was just beginning to surface. And nobody wanted to touch it, you know. And because I was in this public health thing, I sort of willy-nilly, everything I've gone into really has been willy-nilly by chance, you know. So, so if there's bomb...
Not quite. Not quite. I mean, you're a proper journalist.
I know, but the stories that made an impact, I mean, the stories that I went into were not really by design. I was just I mean, this is another thing, I've happened to be at the right place at the right time. You know, that if I had not been born in a journalist family, if I had not started with Khushwant Singh, if I had not gone back to Statesman, you know, it was all, and then when AIDS happened, and it was like one of the most challenging, and today I think of my corpus of writing, not the city stories, but what I did with HIV/AIDS over 4 or 5 years, you know, because, see, it was so difficult that, you know, either people did not know or they did not want to talk about it. So doctors would be very cagey. They didn't really know if what I'm saying is correct.
Because it involved sex workers as well.
And the way I began to learn about sex workers and go every time to Kamathipura, and I remember my aunt saying, because her house used to be, you know, quite close by. So sometimes after going there, I would go to her place. First of all, she'd say, have a bath. And then she'd say, again you went there. What if somebody saw you? I said, what, they'll think I've changed my profession? And so it was such a different world, you know, the world of the sex worker. And today when people say, oh, morality, it had nothing to do with morality. It was a purely economic compulsion. And so then I began, and the sex workers didn't want to talk about it because they really saw it as one more form of exploitation. Then after all this trouble, you got your story. Editors were still part of that milieu, and they were squeamish about publishing the story.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and at that time, anything I wrote made page 1 or made. And I remember but then I would also write edits. And I remember the edit page editor finally allowed me to write an edit page special on it. And he said, that's because in one of your edits, you started to talk about how big the problem was. Because you see, people thought, oh, this is a sex worker problem, this is a trucker's problem. It's got nothing to do with us. The great Indian hypocrisy. You know, we are all, you know,
cultural.
Monogamous, yes. Yeah. But actually, AIDS had kind of, there was secondary AIDS, there was tertiary AIDS. AIDS, the worst part of it was, you know, people taking, you know, workers or anyone kind of going back home, infecting their wives. And one of the biggest sources of infection was mother-to-child transmission. Yeah. So there were 3 big sources. There was the sex work. I mean,
Bachi, I'm going to actually interrupt for a minute only because we're running short of time, and your career has only been about 1/3 talked about.
Stop.
But I want to also sort of, you know, because you've been this person who's reported, I think one of the few people who's reported in Bombay, Calcutta, Bangalore, and Delhi, can you sort of maybe, tell us what one different feature is in each city over the years that you found as a journalist, and which your favorite one is today?
Yeah, actually everything was different, you know.
Yeah.
So when I came to Bombay, it was this, you know, like Calcutta was, they didn't talk about money, you know, whereas in Bombay, money was in your face. You know, fatafat, show me the goods, take the money, and that's the end of the
Yeah.
relationship. But so from Calcutta to Bombay was this huge, and I make one diversion for Khushwant Singh. So, you know, I was sort of in this Loreto house, hot house kind of Marxist kind of thing with Khushwant Singh because of his really huge milieu. I got to, I mean, they all came to the weekly, Kaifi Azmi, Sardar Ali Jafri, all the Urdu writers, all the Hindi writers. So it was all that. So I was like exposed to all that. And it was a very different city. Then, of course, going back to Calcutta, I'll tell you, it was very important going back to the statesman because that's what kind of refined my language and my style. So if I knew about hard reporting in Illustrated Weekly, I learned how to add style to substance in the Statesman. And I think one of the reasons why these articles were so well received was that they were written with, they had a lot of substance, but they were also written with a lot of style.
Yeah, yeah.
Then, of course, I came
And
back.
Delhi and Bangalore?
Yeah, so now Bangalore was again a huge change. Again, by chance, I had decided that, look, I'm not going to be doing any more of this Bombay Times and celebrity culture, and it was like just not my scene. But, so I went to Bangalore. They said, why are you going to Bangalore? We're going to shut this edition down. It's been number 4 for 10 years. And so when I went there, they said, Bachi, you are our only hope. So again, the luck of it was that I was in Bangalore at a time when Bangalore needed what I only knew, which was city reporting. So Bangalore was on this cusp of change. So from that old pensioners' paradise, it had become Silicon Plateau, right? And everything was changing. The bungalows were coming down, that whole retired. People used to retire in Bangalore, you know, and it was all changing. So that's when we kind of decided that, okay, let's go by this route. And my advantage was that, I mean, or the Times of India advantage was that, you know, we had editions across the city, across the country. So if there was a flyover being built in Bangalore, one had the experience of so many flyovers, you know, that you could then say the do's and the don'ts. So what we said that, yes, you cannot continue in that old armchair existence, but everything doesn't have to change. So this was this whole high-tech city. But again, you know, Bangalore on the outside, everyone said, oh, high-tech, all these, you know, 20, 21 and done, you know, people are coming here. But at the heart of it, Bangalore was still a very traditional South Indian city. You know, like my secretary wore a bindi with her jeans. She wore anklets with her Doc Marten boots, you know. And so it was different, you know.
Nice.
And so you kind of then learned that, okay, you have to make this kind of balance.
Yeah.
And I really loved my Bangalore stint. I really loved it.
Nice.
Because there were wonderful people, you know, people like Kiran Mazumdar, Nilekani, actually Narayan Murthy didn't get so involved, but he told me something that, he said that, you know, at that time, globalization became the big thing. And he said, you know, really, your success in globalization depends on how fast and how well you urbanize. So he again reinforced the dead dog in the street.
Well, they haven't done a very good job of it in Bangalore, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Bangalore, of course, well, I left, you know, so we couldn't.
Bachi, a little bit about your books and Delhi.
Delhi was something else, but it was again good. Because then you were thrown into this whole power circuit, you know, so.
Lutyens, etc. And what about the books? Like your most incredible, famous book is the Oberoi one. So tell us a little bit about how you did that and why it was just such fun to do.
Again, that's another story. But I had already written a book on the Grand Hotel, about the life and times of the Grand Hotel, which predated the Oberois in a huge way. So it was, I loved doing research on Raj India, colonialism. Actually, I love doing research. And let me tell you that even when I write third edits or when I write erratica, I mean, I do a lot of research beforehand, and sometimes it's a waste of time because I don't really bring it into the column, but it's always there. And so then with
Under many puns.
Okay. And so then when Mr. Oberoi, Rai Bahadur, that's the old man, he said, now I want her to do my biography. And I was very arrogant and I said, I'm not going to become a chronicler of the Oberois. But in the meanwhile, Penguin started their business series. And then it became like kosher. And I said, okay, I will do it through that. And I felt really bad that I had kind of acted so uppity for those 2 years. Because during those 2 years, I lost 3 very important sources. So his wife died, and his he died. And so his wife died, and then also his biggest competitor, in the early days, and his longtime mistress. And they would have been, great sources of material. And I'll tell you a little bit about the mistress. So now when I was doing this book, Oberoi was 90 years old. He already had a stroke. And so his mind was very sharp, but he was very slow and very soft. So to interview him for 3 or 2 hours, he couldn't do it more at the stretch. It was like as if we've spoken to somebody for the whole day, And I would send him my questions, because I was in Bombay, he was in Delhi. And I would go on weekends, and I would send him my questions, and he'd answer all the questions properly, to the point, not have any notes. But the minute the question about this mistress came up, Nirlep Kaur, he was like an adolescent. His old roomy eyes became dreamy.
For those who don't know, this is the founder of the Oberoi Group of Hotels. Okay.
This is Thane, okay, but they know. Okay. Sorry. And, but let me tell you, she's this South Bombay snob. So I now live in Sivri, okay? And when she came...
Which she renamed?
No, that's another thing. So the name of my building is Dosti Flamingos. And she said, that sounds like a gay nightclub. and when I went there, then... Now we won't have time.
I know. But Sivri has been renamed by Bachi as?
No, so that's why Jojo, the editor, said call it Upper Worli, because that's what Alec Padamsi wanted to call Lower Parel. So I told him, look, where I live, it's not lower anything. I said, it's not upper anything. It's not even lower, it's lowest Parel. So anyway, I've lost track. And then,
the mistress.
The mistress, yeah. So the mistress, and it was really sad because ultimately we didn't put very much into the book. That was really the only part that was removed. Because, you see, nothing to do with anybody, not the family, but because, you see, by then she had passed away, but by then she had become a leader of the Sikh and the separatist movement. And so she was greatly involved with Operation Blue Star, which, as you know, after that whole thing, the army went...
The mistress was involved with Operation Blue Star?
Yeah, in the sense that she was part of the separatist Khalistan thing, yeah. And so, the army had gone into Golden Temple, and that had become this huge, huge blasphemy, heresy, etc. So the people, that group said, they kind of put a death threat on Mr. Oberoi, Rai Bahadur Oberoi, and said, if you kind of write anything which sort of undermines our leader, then you better watch out. So I kind of stayed very clear from that. Yeah, though actually it was really sad because every time, we would send her picture, her portrait, which she had, to the publisher, and then he would bring it back and say, no, I'm sorry, I can't do it. And one day he said, Nirlep came to me in a dream. And I said, well, yeah, she was so important in your life and you're excising it. I was again using my little, cynical, journalistic, trick to put that lovely chapter back. But it didn't work.
Okay.
Then Nanavati.
Yeah, and if you can talk about your other amazing book, Nanavati,
again,
which I also helped you report on. So tell us about the Nanavati
book. Again, like not so much about the Oberois, of course, like there was a lot of archival, not from, this is the scary thing, that we have such a bad sense of history. I mean, for everything that is happening, and now we are making it worse because we are wiping out great chapters of history. And but the point is, nobody keeps archives. Now, you think a hotel company would at least have menus. Calcutta, which was, I mean, I used to joke and say the only surviving industry of Calcutta is nostalgia. But, but even there, they never had things. So, of course, there was a lot of work there. But with Nanavati, it had happened. How many of you are familiar with the Nanavati case? One. Okay. So this was this cause célèbre of Mumbai. I was not in Mumbai at that time. It became part of Bombay mythology. So there was this very promising naval commander. Okay, how many of you have seen Rustam? There you are. But please do not go by that because that's the worst travesty of a book.
Yeah.
Okay. And so anyway, so that was 1959. Nanavati was dead. He had gone off to Canada. And okay, you say your story as to how.
Oh, basically because most of the people involved in this story were either dead or going to be, because it was of a certain time, and because
Parsis.
and they, and they were Parsi. I remember whenever I would go to the Willingdon Club, if I saw a Sindhi or a Parsi who was above the age of 80, I would say, did you know Nanavati or anything about it? And literally gather stories to help Bachi, because there's nothing else to rely on.
So it was like really to get material for that book. But this is, actually I think when you're writing, I think, see, fiction is very much the long distance runner and the loneliness of the long distance runner. But for non-fiction, you work with a carnival of characters. You have to, because you're getting everything from everywhere, and you can't just go by the main story. And so like it would be so difficult to find, but it was so serendipitous the way that stories, like the doors which I thought would lead me to this great expanse of information was kept shut in my face, and windows opened exactly where I never expected them. So the man so this Nanavati shot the Sindhi lover of his English wife. And so now, again, that lover was also dead, and he had one sister, Mamie. She was also dead. No other family member crawled out of the woodwork to claim him. But I said, as I was reading this through the material, you see, and Blitz, I hope you all have heard of Blitz publication. Thank God. Okay. So Blitz was the original red-top tabloid of Bombay, of India. And Rusi Karanja, who was this Clark Gable-like, suave character, ran it. And he took that story and ran away with it. So Parsi, Rusi Karanja, defense lawyer, Karl Khandalawala, they made Nanavati into this unalloyed hero. And because they had to make him into the hero, they had to demonize the real victim, who was poor Prem Ahuja, right? And then they made out as if the wife has just been hypnotized, because this was the 60s, right? So you had to keep the optics of marriage. So it was, I said, I'm not going to do this book till I find out something about Prem Ahuja. And I just couldn't get anything. And then, of all people, there was this great thespian and advertising giant called Jacinta Kuna, who had originally written to ask him about the character, the Mahal of Mumbai at that time, and he never replied. And I met him at a party, I'm going to say very short, and met him at a party, and I said, you don't reply to my SMS? He tells me, oh, my driver keeps my phone and he doesn't read SMSs. So I said, oh. And then I said, but what did you want to know? I said, I don't need you for anything, but I'm writing this book on the Nanavati case. And he tells me, oh, I used to party with Prem Ahuja. So I said, oh my God. And he was this great raconteur. So I had my whole chapter, and what a fantastic playboy, lovely guy, etc. So that's how that story came up. So it was like just, like an archaeologist, you're digging through these, and then you have to listen to some people rambling on for that one nugget of information, you know. And I kind of kept listening to this Parsi, and I said, oh my God, look at this time. But you have to spend that kind of time. And she went on talking, and then suddenly she came up with the fact that when Nanavati was born, the astrologer who was casting the horoscope said, this boy will grow up and shake the world. And then when all this happened, then the mother said, "Dharelu bhi nahi ke evi rite thase." That we never thought he'll shake the world like this, you know, because
Wow. I guess if we have time for a few questions, are we going to take a few questions? Like maybe up to 2 or 3? Would anyone like to ask Bachi anything? Oh, yeah. We'll end with that, Bachi. The 3 mantras of your father's, which just
all right.
have
Actually,
stayed
3,
with you.
yeah. So
No, boring. How did you meet your husband?
No, that's my past life, sorry. I have a very nice partner in the audience, but I have my son from my marriage, so I will not say anything for reasons of diplomacy, which I don't have. So don't provoke me.
But she has renamed the idea of X into Y, spelled W-H-Y.
No, we won't go into that. And anyway, so my father's mantras. So the big thing was make your own sunshine. And really, like, it's kind of seen, it's sort of seen you through, well, bad personal experiences. It's seen you through bad editors. And really, and I remember once, like, something happened when I rejoined Times of India. And, you know, we were there trying to make a whole new thing of this old dead, again, another dead paper. Not dead, but like it was all full of the old-fashioned journalists. And Mr. Samir Jain wanted to change it. So all of us had joined. But in the meanwhile, they got in another paper. They were starting the Independent. So then we were sent to there was a lot of problem in the newsroom, and we were sent to just kind of keep it calm. And then we were, the 3 of us, Kalpana Sharma, Shanta Gokhale, and myself, who were the 3 senior women. We were sent there by the editor. But when the management said, how can senior people go to this meeting? So Shanta was deprived of her arts page. Kalpana left in disgust. And I was sent off to Illustrated Weekly as a punishment posting. Because, but I took that time.
But you made your own sunshine.
Yeah. So I took that time to write all the longer features that I couldn't write while I was doing all this work. And somebody had actually said no point in sending her on a punishment posting because she refuses to get punished.
And the second mantra, Bachi?
The second mantra was be flexible, because if you bend, you won't break. But of course, that doesn't mean that, you know, you're a pushover, but doesn't mean you just dig in your heels for the sake of it.
Nice.
And the third one, which I think, and as I've grown old, I mean, as I'm at this stage in my life, which I think is really important, was that never be friendless in an unfriendly world. And like, this is not the world of friends of Facebook, right? So
Lovely.
like, one of my best friends is sitting here. And really, I've got friends across generations, across genres. And my daughter-in-law is my friend. I hope my son is my friend. And certainly my daughter-in-law is. Stand up and say yes. And so that. But I have a 4th mantra, which I really learned from Khushwant Singh, which is that take your work very seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously.
That's the one that I have learned from Bachi.
Because, you know, really, like Khushwant Singh was all this. And at that time, even a sub-editor, a feature writer would say, don't change a line of my copy. Don't do this. And Khushwant Singh was this great, great writer. If you said, Arey Khushwant ji, ye bahut lamba ho gaya, kaat do, nikal do, and he'd leave it to us to do it, you know. And this is another lesson I've learned also from my work on the desk. Because I was writing the feature writer stories, but my work was on the desk, and magazine feature editing is something very different. And I learned one thing, that there's nothing in the world, no copy in the world, which will not improve with cutting. So you may think that oh, I've written this great thing. You go over it. And it has helped me so much because my column, which started as 700 words, is now down to 360 words. And I actually count characters, not just words.
Because
But
the newsprint is now real estate.
Yeah. So you pare down, you pare down, you pare down, and you come to the kernel of it. And I actually love doing it. Because even after my manuscript is written, then I roll up my sleeves and say, oh, wow, now I'm going to attack it.
Lovely. Any other question? Maybe one more? That she won't tell anyone. The secret of your energy and effervescence.
Yeah, she said, no, I'm a teenager and an old woman.
Oh, he wants you to name the best editor in your career.
Arre, Kushwant Singh, not by a long chance. I'll tell you a joke. There used to be a cartoon which was in the old Parsiana, where there are these two old Parsis, hunched, hook-nosed and all, and one is telling the other, best community, which others are there? And I'll say that which others editors were there?
Wow. Thank you, Ms. Bachi Karkaria, for sharing such heartfelt reflections in this session. Your insights and memories have helped us honor the legend in a way that was both inspiring and deeply moving. Our gratitude to Ms. Namita Devi Dayal for moderating the conversation with such grace. Friends, once again, loud applause. Friends, some voices don't just tell stories, they shape history. Ms. Bachi Karkaria's journey is one such inspiring story. With immense joy and reverence, we present the Lifetime Achievement Award as a token of our love and respect, celebrating her unparalleled contribution to the world of ideas. May I call upon Dr. Raju Subramanian, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, President Samir Limaye, Manjari Limaye, Convener Atul Bide, Yashoda Bide, and Anuja Kulkarni to join us on the stage. Ms. Bachi Karkaria, may we request you please continue to stay on stage. We have a very special moment at the Thane Literate Fest, the launch of the new book, Accidental Pilgrim Tangerine, a remarkable work authored by the acclaimed writer, Ms. Namita Devi Dayal, whose storytelling always blends depth, elegance, and a unique perspective. The book.
check.
So this is like really special because Namita and I have worked together for very many years. And then, of course, we did the Lit Fest together. We didn't get a chance to talk about that, but it was our most fun moment. And we are part of a WhatsApp group with Namita and Meenal and myself, and it's called Mitron. So it gives me great. Oh, and her mother was with me in college. So all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, one for the photo opportunity.
Finally, I'm so happy that you didn't ask questions. Friends, don't forget to visit the Bargain Book Hut. A copy of the book is available for you all. I request Ms. Namita Devi Dayal to continue to be on stage. Friends, after such a wonderful moment, I now request Ms. Anita Satish, who is going to be in conversation with Namita and guide us through her journey of this new book and its themes. I request Yamini Kundetkar to formally introduce our esteemed author.
Thank you, Kalita. Once again, it's a pleasure for me to introduce to you the author of the book, Namita Devi Dayal. Namita is an eminent journalist and a classically trained vocalist whose life beautifully bridges the world of rigorous reporting with the deep soul of Indian arts. Namita serves as a senior journalist for the Times of India, wielding a pen as insightful as it is elegant. A proud graduate of Princeton University, her intellectual curiosity and lyrical sensitivity infuse her acclaimed body of work. She is the celebrated author of the award-winning memoir, The Music Room, a winner of the 2008 Vodafone Crossword Popular Book Award. A book which delves into the intriguing and enigmatic world of the Jaipur Gharana of Hindustani classical music, featuring legendary figures like Allah Dia Khan, Kesar Bai Kerkar, and her own guru, Dhondutai Kulkarni. Her literary repertoire also includes the engaging novel Aftertaste and compelling biography, The Sixth String of Vilayat Khan, which recreates the extraordinary life of the sitar maestro. Her most recent and highly discussed work is Tangerine, How to Read the Upanishads Without Giving Up Coffee. It chronicles her midlife journey into Hindu philosophy with accessibility, humor, and a non-dogmatic spirit. The book blends memoir, music, and philosophy, reflecting her own deep engagement and culture. Having also served as the co-director of the Times Lit Fest, Namita Devi Dayal is a true cultural synthesist, a writer whose work is as richly steeped in the classical traditions of India as it is attuned to the pulse of modern life. Ladies and gentlemen, the sweet and soft-spoken Namita Devi Dayal. To moderate this interesting session, we have Anita Satish, a postgraduate degree. She holds a postgraduate degree in management studies. Her expertise in the field of psychology is demonstrated through her practice of rational emotive behavior therapy and therapeutic crisis intervention. Complementing her professional skills, she holds a diploma in mysticism and maintains a deep spiritual inclination. Anita is also an enthusiast of dancing and reading. Her core philosophy centers on continuous improvement, do your best today and do it better tomorrow. Over to you, ladies. Thank you.
Rita.
Thank you.
I think the tone was set when Bachi said that you take things seriously but not yourself. So we are going ahead with the same theme. In this particular book, through your own experience, you touch upon themes of identity, suffering, impermanence, and spirituality. So I want to know, do you see comedy even in dire situations?
Absolutely. I think that, this is something that the idea of spirituality conjures up something very serious and serene and something away from like day-to-day life, etc. And what I got from my learnings and, from my teacher and from what I've read is that it's absolutely not different from real life. You essentially, what you do when you call yourself, a spiritually inclined person is that you just start viewing the world and yourself differently. Now, I do tend to laugh through a lot of things in life, so how can that go away? In fact, I think that the whole idea of spirituality is to eventually make you not take yourself that seriously because you realize that there's something much vaster than you. So that is so liberating, and of course it sort of lightens you up and allows you to be humorous about a lot of things which otherwise would kind of pull one down because self-absorption does that, right?
True that. So when you quote Ajmer Sharif saying music is an offering in temples and churches and mausoleums, yet we go to these places for its silence. So what is your take on that?
Oh, I think that silence is such a huge part of music. So that's a very important thing to remember. I think that in our lives, what we don't acknowledge enough is the rest and repose. So, now, of course, with the kind of like Insta sound bites about health and all that, we're learning about so many different little things, like how sleep is so important and how, the resting place is so important, even in active life. But for sure, silence is a part of music. Yes. And so I think what I had quoted was this beautiful thing, since maybe you all haven't read the book, I had once gone to Ajmer Sharif and there was this kawal sitting over there, and I asked him, why is it that every place of worship, whether it's a gurdwara, a church, a dargah, a temple, has some form of music as an offering? I mean, it's like almost uniformly the case. And he said something that has just stayed with me. He said that, even the bell that you kind of like have that, you hit a bell and the resonance that comes from that is musical. He said that if a murderer is about to go and commit an act of murder, and he hears that bell sound, he will involuntarily stop and pause just for those few seconds.
Wow, what a thought.
That is an extraordinary idea, because I guess what it means to me is that there's a part of something within each and every one of us that has a kind of a visceral and involuntary connection with something much larger. And music is like a shortcut to the divine, because it's such a, it comes from right within. I mean, that's what my teacher used to always say. And so I think what he was trying to say was something very profound, and silence is built into music.
Yes,
True
that.
Yeah.
Because after every raga, that pause is when it resonates. So it makes the difference. This book has a lot of references to your music teacher, Dhondu Tai, also to Master Ji, Dayashankar Dubey ji, your Saturday dates with him. So do you think these early lessons is a necessity now, when everything is available at the click of a button?
I really do. And I don't know how we're going to kind of navigate that given the world and the sort of button culture and the, the thing about our Guru Shishya Parampara is that it's not just a quaint traditional device that was used in India. It has very, very important significance. And because I experienced it in the music sense, and then again in learning the Hindu scriptures that I was learning, I'll tell you what that is and how it cannot really be replicated. We'll always lose something. I think one of the biggest aspects of, say, studying the scriptures and understanding what is in them is a kind of a respect for the intangible. And when I connected that with my musical training, I could see that, even when you're learning a rag, it's like how you get to a note, the particular amount of pause in the note before, that what I call the penumbra of things that happen before you get to the actual thing, is as important. And there is no way you can learn that in a book or through a video class or whatever. It has to be kind of like unfurled in a very gentle, gradual, explanatory way. Similarly, I had earlier also picked up the Bhagavad Gita to read, as we all have. My grandfather had given me a copy, etc. There is no way that I can understand that without a teacher, because it is so counterintuitive to everything that we know as, in the way we've been raised as like individual people, believing in the individual self, whereas this is talking about something much vaster. So how are you going to get to that without a teacher breaking down your earlier conditioning, you're dismantling all the ideas you had about yourself and the universe? Similarly, just as my music teacher would, how are you going to be able to learn something like getting to a note requires all those micro notes like I mean, how are you going to explain all those notes through a textbook without a teacher kind of like helping you, teaching you that small little like what we call the gamak, So those are things that you do need. It's an oral tradition for a reason, because it's built on the nuance of what is being taught, and it's so different from what is the kind of like version of life or that art form that we know of. So that's my long answer.
Which reminds me, you mentioned about, is it a concert where your teacher took about 20 minutes just trying to fine-tune the tanpura, and you were getting restless, and you thought the audience was getting restless. And once she started, it was that 5 minutes of bliss, and all other instruments fell in tune.
Yeah, so there's this word in Hindi, which I've never found a proper definition for in English, but there are two very fine translators sitting here, so I'm going to ask them. And that word is therav. And that word therav is not just about being slow, it's about the idea of pause, the idea of being able to, slow down to get to something else. And I have talked about this very beautiful anecdote where this art historian called B.N. Goswami was helping us to look at these different artworks, and he talked about the need to pause and see something. And the example he used was of this painting where there was a tree and there were these white flowers falling down from the tree, and it looked beautiful as white flowers falling down from a tree. And then he invited us to look closely and pause. And when we looked closely and paused, we saw that the white flowers actually formed Krishna's form. And that, to me, is a metaphor for so much more, right? It's the idea that unless you're kind of like willing to invest that time, which seems to be meaningless, but it's actually not. So if it takes 20 minutes to tune a tanpura and get it just right, there's a reason for it. And so I think it's the idea of pause, which honestly I have gotten very comfortable with, and perhaps it's also with age. And I really and genuinely feel that this kind of like hyper productivity and running from here to there and trying to like gather all this knowledge or information, I think not knowledge, but information, is just not adding up to much. And I hope that people kind of recognize that because, clearly social media enables that kind of hunger to just gather things without any assimilation. And the idea of assimilation is the most important conduit to, from where I think information becomes knowledge, becomes wisdom.
True. It reminds me of what Devdutt mentioned yesterday about being the bakasur, where we're just greedy and we're eating and we are eating and we are eating. So it's the ambition, it is the need for something we are not stopping. So the bhog is never ending. And that is why our karma leads to all of the things that is going to come back to us. So I feel this bakasur has to stop somewhere. Which reminds me that I know you are a coffee lover. And you are not ready to stop because the tagline says that. So how did you come up with this title?
Chat GPT. I'm going to be honest. So basically, I'll tell you how it happened. Tangerine was my idea because I was trying to subvert the idea of saffron because I feel like saffron has been taken away from us, and I know, I appreciate that. So it's basically... I feel so bad because saffron has now come to be associated with politics and with a certain kind of very, aggressive politics in the context of Hinduism. And I was actually getting more and more disturbed by this, even though I consider myself a true-blooded South Bombay apolitical person, whatever that means. But I was really finding it very hurtful that... a faith that is so universalist, so liberal, so kind of like nourishing for a person, who's just trying to become a better version of themselves, had just been completely appropriated by a political party. I'm not going to go too much into this because, but the point is that tangerine was like a kind of a way of saying this is not saffron. But from a bookseller's point of view, and when the booksellers came into the picture and the publishers came into the picture, they were like, listen, what is Tangerine about? If we're going to go out to bookstores and sell this to, which bookshelf will this fall under? What does it come under? What is it about? Is it a painting book? Is it about color? So they said you'll have to have a tagline which in some way talks about either Hinduism or the Upanishads or something. And I was like, oh God, but I don't want it to sound like a heavy Hindu book. So I went into ChatGPT and I was like, we need to bring in this, and we also need to make it a little irreverent and a little light and a little witty. And they came up with these amazing titles. And I was like, wow, I mean, there is a place for AI in the world if you know how to prompt it.
True. So tangerine is bittersweet. In that way, we'll come back to what the book is about, Vedant philosophy. Basically, there is a Prashnatrayi where you have the Upanishads, you have the Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutras. And Bhagavad Gita, mostly all of us, like you mentioned, have read it. Then they think Upanishads is for the serious readers. And of course, Brahma Sutras is after that. So do you think Upanishads is for the serious reading?
It's so not. That's the big thing for me that, I mean, I had heard of the Upanishads and I had some abstract idea of what they were about, but in a very, very it was too esoteric because that's the idea. And, when I started learning with this teacher and she broke down the different Upanishads for us, I could not believe how actually accessible and beautiful they are from so many points of view. So as a writer, I find them very extraordinary works of literature because they use the kind of imagery and metaphors that are just so powerful, mostly drawn from nature. They're told in a very interesting way as dialogue. So each Upanishad is a dialogue between, say, a father and a son, or a husband and the wife, or a teacher and a student. And so it's actually kind of like starts with a very easy, accessible entry point, which is a dialogue between two, very real people. And then, I mean, once you understand something of the central idea, it is so incredibly life-altering, which is that, you are something much bigger than who you think you are. So from a purely psychology point of view, which it sort of, it just helps you recede your anxieties, which are otherwise rooted in your version of yourself, which is so small and limited and, you know, a kind of a construct based on the database of conditioning that we have in our lives. And the minute you take that out, you kind of engage with the world in a very different way. I mean, it's really scary for me to try and explain what is in the Upanishads, but that's my understanding, essentially, that, you know, it's something which helps you understand that you're part of a very vast and interconnected universe. So there's ecology, there's psychology, there is physics, quantum physics at least, and there's a sense of literary. So for me, this was like a kind of a complete knowledge, which I hadn't really found anywhere else, you know. And so I was actually just, in this book, I talk about how it's just regrettable that living in India, being a Hindu, and you know, having some access to literature, I had never been exposed to these. I was actually kind of like, wow, this is just something unbelievable. And I wanted, therefore, to share some of my learnings of these texts and bring out their original essence and their universalism in a very chatty way. So as Atul said, he was actually, when he first picked up this book, he found it so unusual because it was probably very light and chatty compared to my earlier books, but I did that very consciously. I wanted to kind of like bring something that was like up there and esoteric, etc., and just say that, hey, this is part of daily life, you know, let's share it. And also this book was initially actually a letter to my son, because my son was getting really weirded out by my little excursions into, you know, Hinduism, and he's like, is my mom turning like into a weirdo right-wing person or whatever? And so I started this as a letter to him to say that, listen, this is actually about life. This is about all of us. This is about how you live. This is about how to be a more evolved, thoughtful person who understands, you know, lateral thinking, backstories, etc., right? Because you're not just that individual at that particular time in this world. There's always antecedents and precedents and a future. So I wrote this in that way because it was a letter to him. And then I left that kind of, you know, that style, because I said, you know, I mean, I'm also a little bored with that whole ponderous approach to writing. So, so yeah, that's a very long-winded answer to...
That's okay.
Yeah.
See, basically, all the 10 Upanishads talk of a Brahman, Atma, and Moksha. Like you mentioned, it's also a dialogue. Each of the Upanishads is a dialogue. So do you think we should read all of them, or one is enough?
I think that, you know, it's like everybody has different levels of engagement with anything that they're doing. Like, I know people who will go and learn music for 1 or 2 years, learn maybe 3 rags, and be comfortable with that, and then move on to light music. So I think that's a very personal sort of prerogative. And for me, I'm like, I'm really just drawn so much to it that I want more and more and more, because I find these texts are so layered that it's like every time you read it, you get something more out of it, depending on where you are in your life at that time.
True.
Because it's like almost like looking at, these texts are not prescriptive, right? So they're like a kind of a scaffolding of knowledge, I would put it that way, where when you enter, depending on where you are, you absorb that much more of that scaffolding. And so it's a very exciting process, because you know, you can read an abridged version of something, you can go into the actual text. I mean, my goal, I don't know if I'll ever achieve it, but is to actually maybe learn Sanskrit and get into it, because that whole way of approaching them is a whole different thing, because the language itself allows you to engage with the texts, right? So, yeah, I'd love to be able to do that.
Which reminds me what our Swamini ji says, that it is, we are so much into the exterior world, but pehle khud ko to jano. And that is why the Upanishads have different perspectives. Like you said, it's a scaffold. You take what you want. So each Upanishad, though it talks of the same thing, it is how you would like it to be served. So that is why it's a very interesting thing. And I'm glad you put up this subject out there, because the book itself is light, but it gives you a taste of what is going to come if you want to learn. Your sister mentioned, why can't you be more normal? So what do you want to say to that?
So basically, when I first started these studies, I know that a lot of people in my family and friend circle, and I think, my colleagues, Bachi, and all of them were definitely weirded out. Like, they were definitely like, what's going on over here? Also because the climate in India has become, a certain kind of Hindu narrative has come out to the fore. So there was a lot of, skepticism, sense of like, what's up with, why can't you just like carry on with life and, be a journalist, and what is the need and what is the relevance? And I think that was me 15 years ago. So I would have been the one saying, hey, why can't you be a little more normal? So it's really one of those things where I think until you step into that step well and get a jhalak of it and see and feel a sense of, why this matters to you, it's impossible to try and convey that. And luckily, what happened over the years was that everybody saw that nothing in my life had changed. I was doing exactly the same thing, talking nonsense every once in a while, being this person who dressed the same, worked the same, had the same friends, and that is the point. And I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of these new age gurus who do tend to project this kind of idea that once you're in that world, you're going to have to be a little bit more like wear white and be a little bit like saffron clad, or, talk a certain way and have that slightly supercilious thing going on. And that is just complete bullshit. And so for me, I was just like really pleased to be able to, I would put it this way, it's like putting on a new set of lenses. So you're exactly the same person, but I don't know how many of you have read The Wizard of Oz, but everything turns green because of your lenses.
True that.
So I find myself just putting on a fresh pair of lenses where I am seeing things a little differently. I know it sounds weird, but I do feel like I've got a little more insight into why things happen in a way that, you don't expect them to, why logic is such a limited way of approaching the world, because there's so many inexplicable things that are happening all the time at a geopolitical level, at a personal level, at a, and so I think this just gave me many more answers that were beyond the pale of like the obvious. And so that normal thing happened because I think initially the whole way in which all these things are presented do give all kinds of views. There's and I think my sisters are just sort of people who are like perhaps just products of an English-speaking education where their worldview is limited by a certain kind of, world.
Hopefully to the new normal. I would like you to read something from your book.
Do you have any ideas about what?
No, I would leave it to you. I have some favorite passages, but I'd like you to read yours.
This is a bit which talks about why I even entered this terrain, why I decided to sort of go to that one class in Rishikesh to see what it was all about. The perfect world that I had curated around me was not working the way I had thought it would. For a while, I felt like I was living the anxiety dream where you are endlessly late for an exam. I began to realize that I had to repair something within, not just rely on external circumstances and insidious reward systems. I started doing yoga regularly. I went for therapy. Tentatively, grudgingly, I turned to various self-help practices, all of which I had once smugly thought were not for me. Then one of my friends went online and found me an Ayurvedic center overlooking the vast and calming Mulshi Lake, a few hours' drive from Mumbai. This was going to be my Walden Pond. I went there for 2 weeks to detox mind and body, to stare at the water and meditate on falling leaves and do little else. Doing is so often a distraction from being. It was the first time I was giving my brain a short sabbatical from its habitual egocentric excursions, going round and round without getting anywhere new. It was also the first time I was taking a different route, trusting something beyond the rational mind, something that would help me stop feeling low. I did not know then that this lingering thread of sadness would become an inflection point. It sent me looking for answers. The slow burn of gloom helped me realize that my intellect or Ivy League education or wealth or relationships may not always help me control the outcomes. Sorrow, untimely death, the many confounding situations that contradict everything you assume to be true, nothing I possessed helped me understand all this. Why do bad things happen to good people? Why do even highly successful people feel an emptiness, a sudden sense of terror? How is it that we all know that death is inevitable, but live our lives as if it will never happen? What are those unseen factors that drive all things, including what some call coincidences and others call miracles? These are questions that people have been asking for millennia. Now, I too wanted some answers.
Like that Bakasur, I would like one more passage now. You read it so beautifully. One more last.
Okay, so this is a passage from the end. So that was how I kind of like took my plunge into the river, so to speak. And this is how I would describe where I am now. The kaleidoscope moves. Same pixels, different picture. It's like discovering music in what you thought was silence. You listen with your eyes and see with your ears. You suddenly pay attention to your breath, to the wind, to the sound of crickets, and to the unstruck note. You roll into the contemplative mind. I feel like I am molting, peeling off the pleasant patina that had long been my sheath against myself. I now don't want to be fenced in by any of my identities. I am all of them, and yet they don't define me. I remember taking a deep breath and changing my Instagram bio to I am that, although fully aware that it might mystify and baffle many who knew me, maybe even elicit a sneer or two. Well, hello again. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. It's like the numbered lenses the optometrist places on your trial glasses that suddenly make you see the letters clearly. These wisdom-tinted lenses have taken me beyond my seeing eyes into understanding the subterranean mysteries of life, that hidden language with which ants communicate with one another, and the not really blue sky spreads across the world. The lenses are also panoramic. They help me see not just the waves that appear in my line of vision, they give me a sense of the ocean that contains all waves, big, small, bad, good, past, present, future. I can keep reading, but...
Thank you. This book is filled with one-liners, and while you were ending it, I remembered one line which says, "How do rivers know where the ocean is?" And they flow back to the ocean. So for all in the audience who haven't yet picked up the copies, do that. I assure you, it's a very, very interesting read. Do you want to take any questions from the audience?
Sure.
Anybody wants to ask any questions?
Oh, so I basically came across a teacher who, like me, had studied in the US, was an economist with the UN. And then one day she saw this poster of uh, a person in an orange saffron, tangerine robe. And the line under it said, "Do you know who you really are?" Which is such a weird question for anyone to ask as far as like what they're going to be talking about. But she was intrigued by it and she went and she then got completely smitten. And this person then went and did a 3.5 year kind of deep study of all these texts and learned all the relevant things. And it was really like the equivalent of a PhD. And so what I loved about this teacher was that she taught us these scriptures in a way that was so sort of rigorous and without any interpretations and without any kind of added stuff. And it was also, she was just very modern. And like, you know, I didn't feel in any way that if you met her outside of the class, she was just this person who you could go out and have dinner and a glass of wine with or whatever. So I loved that. I love the fact that these binaries that we create in our heads are not necessary. That you can be this person and then also be a whole other person. It sort of like ties into what Bachi said, which is, you know, take your work seriously, but not yourself. So you don't have to fit into this role. And I think that the way she taught and the way she kind of lived just appealed to me. And that became that point where I was like, okay, I can also just be someone who gets drawn to the teachings, but I don't have to change anything in my sort of outward life. So that was what happened, that I got this really wonderful teacher over there. Yeah. Absolutely. So that was a very beautiful thing when I started connecting the dots between our traditional art forms and the entire essence of them, like the way in which they're taught, the fact that they're structured in a way that is essentially, I would suggest, drawn from our philosophy, or rather Hindu philosophy, which is that everything is cyclical. So suddenly I started realizing that the reason that even in Hindustani classical music, the structure is cyclical, you come back to the sum. That very idea of, you know, non-linear thinking, the idea that, you know, it's essentially all moving in this manner, and you're just a small part in that reel, is very powerful, actually. So I started making all these connections, which my teacher had never really explicitly said to me. But then I started like remembering a lot of the things. Even the idea of authorlessness is something that really appealed to me. You know, in pure Hindustani classical music is so abstract. It's just akar. There's no words. And that is, again, the very idea of how words are limited in the end, you know. Words will not convey beyond a certain point. They're just, it's like don't miss the map for the territory, right? So, I mean, don't mistake the map for the territory. So, so these very ideas, the ideology within Indian classical music suddenly started making even more sense. This idea of authorlessness has really appealed to me, perhaps because we're all so obsessed with our bylines and our names and all that, because that's what we are as journalists, as authors, etc. And the hubris that comes with that can be actually very disturbing, right? Because when you think of how the most we don't know who wrote the rags. We don't know who even wrote these incredible scriptures that have come down in a like reasonably intact form over centuries. The fact that they're authorless is something, you know, it just like makes you rethink all the ideas of owning knowledge and owning, you know, even what plagiarism is. All these ideas I was suddenly questioning, and the music and the philosophy really started reflecting one another and more, so I think that's what happened.
That's the last question, Milind.
It's actually the easiest thing to do, when you start looking at yourself as a person who has to just play different roles in life. You just play each one with incredible integrity without getting entangled in any one of them. And so for me, this, it's like the music room had become that place of retreat for me, where it wasn't necessarily a physical room. It was like something that I kind of like felt like I would go back into that and be able to sing, and then nothing outside really mattered, because I was never a performing artist, right? It just became something I would sing for myself in the mornings and all that. So similarly, this has become a place of retreat for me, where I could be playing, like anything. I could be playing the role of a mother, I could be playing the role of a journalist, I could be playing the role of whatever, but I don't get too caught in anything. I find myself not wanting to be stuck in that role beyond the work that it requires me to do. And it's so liberating, because it's like you're kind of then engaging with yourself in a very different, lighter way. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like, you become a sort of a person who wants to understand the self more, rather than make yourself attached to any one of these labels. Yeah, I mean, detached is a very complicated word, because it's not like you're completely detached. It's a kind of a detached attachment. So it's very much within a certain context, and then when you move out of that context, it's like, how, I don't know how many people pray in the morning, but like when I sit in front of them, like I light that agarbatti, I'm not really anything except that person who's just praying for like some kind of alignment, right? Like, there's nothing else. I'm not saying, I'm a journalist and I'm a this one and I'm a that one. I'm just sitting there with humility. And so I think that has become a more important place for me to keep retreating into. And I think that so it's really not about being one or the other.
Thank you.
Next feature story. God, now you're sounding like my boss. I know. I'm working on a very interesting story about longevity and how that's going to be a new area that we all have to engage with, where it's going to be a prolonged and active kind of a space of living. So I'm working on that. Right.
You call yourself an accidental pilgrim. So I would say thank you for taking us along with you on that pilgrimage. So from my soul to your soul, namaste.
Thank you, Ms. Namita Devi Dayal, for sharing with us the journey of your book, Tangerine. It was a privilege for all of us at the Thane Lit Fest to be part of this special launch. Gratitude to Ms. Anita Satish for moderating the conversation so insightfully. I'd like to call upon Dr. Vijay Kulkarni, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, President Samir Limaye, Convener Atul Bide, to present a small token of our gratitude. Friends, The Accidental Pilgrim Tangerine is available at Bargain Book Hut. Please do visit the Author's Corner and can catch up for special stories and special moments with Namita Devi Dayal.
Yeah, I take this as a opportunity once upon a time on this stage, not once in a lifetime, because I met you previously, and I had met her and she gave information about her book on Ustad Vilayat in a closed group. You will recall that. But anyway, I just want to, before I give you this, I want to ask you a very funny question. Does your book give give a tangy taste to coffee. Anyway, we'll experience that. So, great opportunity meeting you. It was a great opportunity for every one of us attending.
Friends, as we come to the close of this wonderful festival, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to all those who made this event possible. A special word of gratitude to our sponsors, Fortress Group of Companies, BioZ Group, Yes Bank and TJSB, Sahakari Bank for their generous financial support, belief in our cause and the trust that they have placed in the ability of Rotary Club of Thane Hills. Your partnership strengthens our resolve to serve better and reach further. I call upon the representatives to come on stage and share a few words with us. Yes Bank, Mr. Parker Sharma. Mr. Sharma is the cluster head at Thane. Sorry, Mr. Parker, we had to keep you waiting for too long.
सुबह सुबह बैंक स्टेटमेंट,
IT रिटर्न्स, ये 16970 का पेमेंट कौन सा था?
चेक
4 जून।
गोल्डन सैंड।
I just miss you all to say good morning, but I'm lucky
और
enough
ये
that I
FD इंटरेस्ट जो
wanted to
तुमने
say
आते ही उड़ा दिए थे।
good afternoon to all the generous ladies and gentlemen. My name is Parikshit and I am here to represent Yes Bank. So as you know that Yes Bank is the as of now
Oh my God, what a
sitting in
night
top
that
rank
was.
in private sector. Currently in Thane we are having 8 branches and I wanted to talk about 3 important aspects this point in time.
लाइफ से बड़ा कोई काम नहीं, ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब। इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको। Yes,
so which is the
life
one of
को
the
बनाओ
best
रिच।
rate of interest which is offering to the senior citizen at this point in time. Secondly, we have marquee credit cards which is available to all the entrepreneurs like you all. Some of the very senior dignitaries also, wherein we are offering unlimited international lounges access, where you, if you are a frequent traveler, you will have benefit to that. Third thing that in particular Thane city, we have locker facilities also, wherein all the females, we are offering 65% discount on rent. This is third point. Most importantly, we also offer the savings account to high note kind of customers like you all. So today we are here and I wanted to extend my thanks to Rotary Club, Mr. Samir sir and Atul sir and obviously the Thane Elite organizers. Thank you very much. We have stall outside. I request you all please visit us. I have my colleagues here
और ये
like
FD
Sudarshan is
इंटरेस्ट जो
branch
तुमने आते ही उड़ा दिए
manager.
थे।
Then we have Insa, then Harsh, Ankita. Please visit us. Thank you very much.
कार की EMI। अरे मुझे चलाने
Thank you, Mr. Sharma.
Mercury.
I
Oh
now
my
request
God, what a night that
Mr. Ritvik Bhasi of Fortress Group to please come on stage and share a few words with us.
इस घर की पहली EMI।
लाइफ से बड़ा कोई अकाउंट नहीं, ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब। इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको।
And we are a 30+ years old multinational Indian company. We are into infrastructure consulting and contracting business as well as financial advisories. And I don't hope people here will be associating with us. But we enjoyed the Fortress Group. I had my colleagues yesterday and today also. Them attended the session, and we really enjoyed the speakers, and the session was thoughtful and really inspiring. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Basan. I now call upon the representative of BioZ Group, Mr. Ishan Rai and Dipti.
I remember she was here yesterday. Miss Rai was here, but we couldn't do, justice. Come. You come. Would like to say something? Come. Say something about your company.
Take your time regarding the introduction of the company. That can be done through a simple brochure. I just like to thank Mr. Sameer and Mr. Jain for giving us this opportunity to be a part of the literature event and taking a big step for introducing literature to the young generations. And that's all. Thank you very much for the time.
I remember it was related to Bakasur yesterday evening. Thank you for your support.
Can we please call upon the representatives of TJSB Sakari Bank? Now.
We can take it later. We can take it later.
Okay. Okay. Friends, when literature comes alive on stage, words gain a new energy, and the audience is treated to an entirely unique experience. In this dramatic reading, we will be joined by two gifted performers, Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar and Shri Srirang Kataukar. I introduce them. I call upon Ms. Sucheta Rege on the stage. I request the representatives of TJSB Sakari Bank to please come on stage.
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेख पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार. हाय श्रुती. कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखताय?
अगं ना तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढं आपल्यापणा वाटणारच नाही का.
Thank you all for inviting us. We are here TJSB Sahkari Bank Limited. We have 146 branches in all over the state. We have working in 6 states. We are providing net banking, forex facilities, and mobile banking. Thank you.
Thank you all of you for giving us opportunity to serve you. I thanks all the sponsors and all the colleagues to give us opportunity to facilitate these festivals. And I hope that you like the service of us and do join us for the FDs, forex cards, and net banking facility. We all are here to serve you. Please join us for our banking services. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We've been doing banking with TJSB for more than a decade now. Our trust, Triumph Foundation, is a loyal customer and client for TJSB. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you.
May I now request Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar and Srirang Kataukar to please join us on stage.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार. हाय श्रुती. कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखताय?
अगं ना तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढं आपल्यापणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू TJSB फॅमिली.
TJSB सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
Can I call upon Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar and Srirang Khatavkar to please join us on stage? I request Ms. Sucheta Rege to please introduce them.
Thank you, Kalita. So we are delighted to welcome Dhanashri Khatavkar, a versatile artist whose talent spans across stage, voice, and literature. An accomplished drama artist at All India Radio Mumbai for over 2 decades, she has also made her mark as a voice and dubbing artist, leading her voice to numerous Marathi and Hindi films, OTT platforms, audiobooks, and advertisements. A passionate storyteller, she has enthralled audiences in schools and colleges with her engaging narrations, especially science fiction stories. She is also a published author with her works available on Amazon and Book Ganga, and has recently worked on adaptations for Diwali magazines. Deeply committed to literature, Dhanashri is known for her love for adapting and translating works across diverse languages, keeping stories alive and accessible for wider audiences. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dhanashri Karmakar. We are also happy to welcome Srirang Khatavkar, a multi-talented artist whose voice and performances have enthralled audiences for years. As a voice actor, he has lent his voice to numerous ad films, documentaries, and is a familiar voice for announcements at Gadkari Rangayatan and Dr. Kashinath Ghanekar Theatre. He has also worked extensively as a dubbing artist, giving voice to many South Indian films in both Hindi and Marathi. On stage, he has showcased his acting skills in various Marathi plays, and as a writer, he has penned memorable one-act plays such as Pagolya and Tarunai. Beyond theatre and voice work, he has also anchored more than 200 live music programs, winning the love of audiences everywhere. Please join me in warmly welcoming Srirang Khatavkar.
हॅलो हॅलो धनश्रीचा माईक सेट होईपर्यंत माझा आवाज कुठे ऐकलात हे थोडंसं फुटेज खातो तुमच्यासमोर. कृपया राष्ट्रगीताच्या सन्मानार्थ सर्वांनी उभे राहावे. हा जो आहे तो माझा आवाज आहे. किंवा टी व्हीवरती तुम्ही वामन हरी पेठेची ॲड बघितली असेल त्याचा आवाज जो आहे, किंवा अनेक वामन हरी पेठे ज्वेलर सोनेरी क्षणांचे सोबती, तो आवाज माझा आहे. आणि असे काही आवाज माझे आहेत.
हॅलो, नमस्कार. आपण सगळे सिमेंटच्या जंगलात राहतो, पण संधी मिळेल तेव्हा निसर्गाच्या सान्निध्यात जाण्याची आपली धडपड सुरू असते. तिथे वाटाड्यासोबत फिरतो, फोटो काढतो. पण या लेखनातला या ठिकाणचा अनुभव थोडा, खरं तर खूपच वेगळा आहे. थलासा क्रुसो या ब्रिटिश लेखिका आणि पुरातत्व अभ्यासक लिहितात, मला घनदाट वनाची कायमच थोडी धास्ती वाटत आली आहे. ती खूप रहस्यमय आणि सर्व बाजूनी वेढलेली असतात. तिथे आपण एकटे आहोत असं वाटतं, पण तसं नसतं.
मी राहत असलेल्या गारपा या गावातील सुकुलू नावाच्या मित्राबरोबर मी कुतूलला पोचलो तेव्हा 1982 सालचा मार्च महिना संपत आला होता. फॉरेस्ट गार्डला बघितल्यावर आम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटलं. त्यांची नावं घनश्याम तांबे आणि सुरेश तिवारी. वणवे लागू नयेत याची खबरदारी म्हणून वन विभागातून वर्षातून एकदा अशा भागांमध्ये फायर लाईनची पाहणी करण्यासाठी कर्मचाऱ्यांना ते पाठवतात. तांबे आणि तिवारी यांना गावात येऊन 5 दिवस झाले होते. आणखी 2 दिवसांनी ते नारायणपूरच्या दिशेने माघारी चालत जातील. सर्व फायर लाईनींची तपासणी करण्यात आली आणि 70 किलोमीटरपर्यंत त्या सुस्थितीत असल्याचं आढळलं. असा अहवाल ते वरिष्ठांना देतील. परंतु प्रत्यक्षात ते कुतूलच्या बाहेर 1 किलोमीटरपर्यंतही गेलेले नाहीत. कुतूल हे 4 झोपड्यांचं मध्यम आकाराचं गाव आहे. तांबे आणि तिवारी यांनी खूप जास्त आदब दाखवत मला अभिवादन केलं. मी तिथल्या उपविभागीय दंडाधिकाऱ्यांचा मित्र होतो. शिवाय मी राष्ट्रीय राजधानी नवी दिल्लीहून आलेला होतो. आमच्यासमोर ते काम चुकारपण करत असताना रंगेहात पकडले गेले होते. त्यामुळे त्यांना एखादं रांडुक्कर किंवा वाघ आपल्यासमोर आल्यावर वाटेल इतकीच भीती माझ्यासमोर येण्यामुळे वाटली. माझ्या सुदैवाने त्या दिवशी संध्याकाळी तांबे आणि तिवारी दोघांनीही मोहाची दारू घेतलेली होती आणि ते पूर्णपणे त्या धुंदीत होते. सुरुवातीचं अवघडलेपण दूर झाल्यावर त्यांचा भिडस्तपणाही गायब झाला. तांबे जरा जास्तच प्याले होते आणि आळसावलेही होते आणि शिवाय ते वजनदारही होते, पण ते अधिक स्पष्टपणे बोलत होते. थोड्या वेळाने ते मला सल्ला द्यायला लागले. अगदीच काही काम असेल तर रानात भटकू नका. प्राणी घात करतातच, पण माणसांवरही काही विश्वास ठेवायची सोय नाही. ते या प्रदेशाशी अपरिचित असले तरी त्यांच्या या धारणेमध्ये काही एक सत्यांश होता. आपला कामचुकारपणा उपविभागीय दंडाधिकाऱ्यांपर्यंत जाऊ नये यासाठी त्यांनी ते स्वतः आणि तिवारी पाहण्यासाठी का फिरत नव्हते याबद्दलचं स्पष्टीकरण दिलं.
तांबे सांगू लागले, तिवारी आत्ता काही वर्षांपूर्वी आला. त्याच्या आधी लहुरमन नावाचा एक गार्ड माझ्यासोबत जंगलात यायचा. आठवडाभर आम्ही तिथे अबुझमाडमध्ये फिरायचो. आम्ही वेगानं चालायचो आणि नारायणपूरहून परत जायच्या दिवसाची वाट बघत असायचो. एकदा तो आणि मी हिकुनार ते एहनार असे चालत होतो. या 2 गावांमधलं अंतर सुमारे 10 किलोमीटर आहे. अगदी दुर्गम भाग होता, पूर्णपणे निर्जन आणि भयंकर. दूर दूरपर्यंत कुठेही मानवी वस्ती दिसत नव्हती. अशा भीतीदायक प्रसंगात बोलत राहिलं की बरं वाटतं. तर आम्ही इतके अस्वस्थ झालेलो की एकमेकांशी बोलणं शक्यच नव्हतं. त्यामुळे आम्ही खांद्यावरच्या छोट्या बॅगमधला ट्रान्झिस्टर सुरू केला. तेवढीच आम्हाला सोबत होती. पायवाट वेडी वाकडी जात होती. तुम्हाला माहिती आहे सर, कधीही पायवाटेवर असताना आवाज करत चाललेलं बरं असतं, म्हणजे जनावर दूर राहायला मदत होते. आमच्या वतीनं आमचा आवाज ट्रान्झिस्टर करत होता. थोडे किलोमीटर पार करून झाल्यावर पायवाट काहीशी सरळ झाली आणि आम्हाला एक तरुण आदिवासी बाई आमच्या दिशेनं चालत येताना दिसली. तिला बघून आमचा जीव भांड्यात पडला. कितीही अनोळखी व्यक्ती असू दे, पण अशा रानावनात माणसाची खूण दिसणं आम्हा जादू करून जातं. आम्ही सुटकेचा निश्वास टाकला हे खरं आहे, पण अशा वाटेवर एकटा माणूस दिसल्याचं आम्हाला आश्चर्यही वाटलं. त्याच वेळी 10 मीटरांच्या अंतरावरून एक अस्वल आमच्या वाटेत आलं आणि आम्हाला धडकी भरली. लहुरमननं किंवा मी सुद्धा आमच्या आयुष्यात कधीही अस्वल बघितलं नव्हतं. ते मोठं काळं अस्वल होतं. त्याचा खालचा जबडा खूप मोठा आणि लोंबता होता. त्यानं आमच्याकडे पाहिलं आणि त्या बाईकडे पाहिलं. बहुतेक ती थोडी अधिक जवळ होती म्हणून अस्वल तिच्याकडे धावायला लागलं. ती बाई जागच्या जागी थिजली, पण तरी गडबडली नाही. आम्ही धावत जाऊन जवळच्या झाडावर शक्य तितक्या उंचावर चढून बसलो. ट्रान्झिस्टर माझ्या खांद्यावरच्या बॅगमध्येच होता.
जंगलात अस्वल हा सगळ्यात चमत्कारिक आणि खोडसाळ प्राणी आहे. अस्वल पटकन चिडतं आणि माणसाशी भांडायची त्याची क्षमता भयावह आहे. माणूस हेतुपूर्वक नव्हे तर अपघाताने आपल्या समोर आलाय याची खात्री पटल्यावर वाघ, बिबट्या किंवा रानरेडा, बहुतेक वेळा रानडुक्कर सुद्धा माणसाशी संभाव्य संघर्ष टाळून तिथून निघून जातात. पण अस्वल असं कधीच करत नाही. ते हल्ला करतं आणि माणूस जिथे थांबला किंवा धावला तरी त्याचा पाठलाग करतच. अस्वलाच्या धावण्याचा वेग जवळपास ताशी 40 किलोमीटर इतका असतो, त्यामुळे ते माणसाला गाठतच. अस्वल चढावर चांगली धावतात, त्यामुळे त्यांच्यापासून पळ काढायचा असेल तर उताराच्या दिशेने धावणं कधीही जास्त बरं. उतारावरून धावताना म्हणे अस्वलाचे केस त्याच्या डोळ्यांवर येतात, त्यामुळे त्याचा वेग थोडा कमी होतो. अस्वल माणसांवर पंजानी वार करतात. अनेकदा हा वार प्राणघातक असतो. समोरच्याची चामडी निघेपर्यंत ते मागे सरत नाही. अस्वल सर्वभक्षी असलं तरी नरभक्षक नाही. त्याचं 80% खाद्य झाडं झुडपं आणि कीटक यांमधून मिळतं. अगदी जवळ आल्यावर ती मागच्या पायांवर उभी राहतात आणि आपल्या चेहऱ्यावर थुंकतात आणि आरोळ्या ठोकतात. त्यांच्या थुंकीमध्ये ॲसिड असतं, त्यामुळे आपले डोळे खूप चुरचुरायला लागतात. आपण डोळे चोळत असताना स्वतःचा बचाव करण्याच्या अवस्थेत राहत नाही. मग अस्वल पंजा मारतं आणि आपल्याला छिन्न विच्छिन्न करून टाकतं. अस्वल मागच्या पायावर चालत जवळपास अर्धा किलोमीटरपर्यंत जाऊ शकतं. प्रौढ नर अस्वलाचं वजन सरासरी सुमारे 200 किलो असतं. डुकरीणीचं वजन सुमारे 150 किलो असतं. अस्वलं साधारणपणे एकटी फिरतात. शिवाय दिवसा भटकणारा आणि निशाचरही असणारा अस्वल हा बहुधा एकमेव प्राणी असावा.
तर त्या बाईपासून अगदी 2 मीटर अंतरावर जाऊन पोचल्यानंतर अस्वल मागच्या पायांवर उभं राहिलं. समोरचे पाय आणि पंजे पसरून त्यानं सूर्यासारखे रोखलेले होते. पण ती बाई अस्वलापेक्षा अनेक इंचांनी बुटकी होती. तरीही स्तब्ध राहून तिनेही स्वतःकडची शस्त्र काढली. ती काय बोलत होती त्यातलं जुजबीच आम्हाला कळलं, पण ती मदत मागत असल्याचं आम्हाला कळलं. अस्वल पूर्ण वाढ झालेलं होतं. तिच्या समोर तर ते खूप मोठं आणि शक्तिशाली दिसत होतं. सर, आम्हाला लाज वाटली हे कबूल करतो, पण तिला मदत करायला जाण्याचा विचारही करणं आम्हाला शक्य नव्हतं. आणखी कोणी वाटसरू आला असता तर आमच्या खाकी युनिफॉर्मच्या बळावर तिला वाचवता आलं असतं, असं आम्ही तिला ओरडून सांगितलंही. अस्वल तिच्यावर हात टाकण्याइतक्या अंतरावर आलं तेव्हा त्यानं झेप घेत दोन्ही हातांनी त्याची मनगट पकडली. अस्वलानं थोडा वेळ झटापट केली, पण ती बाई माघार घ्यायला तयार नव्हती. रानडुकरांप्रमाणे अस्वलांची ही वृत्ती स्वतःचा बचाव करण्यापेक्षा आक्रमण करण्याकडे कळणारी असते. तर आता इथे ही बाई आणि अस्वल एकमेकांना हाताने रोखत होते. अस्वल थुंकत होतं आणि ती बाई त्याचा नेम चुकवत होती. ती अस्वलाच्या पोटावर लाथा घालण्याच्या खटपटीत होती, पण अस्वल तिच्या लाथा चुकवत होतं. तिने तिचा पाय वर केला की अस्वलही स्वतःचा मागचा पाय वर करायचं, मग ती मागे व्हायची. अस्वलाच्या पोटावर सतत लाथा मारल्या की ते खचतं आणि वेदनेनं कोसळतं. मग माणसाला पळून जाण्याची संधी मिळते म्हणे.
त्यांच्यातली ही झटापट थोडा वेळ सुरू राहिली. दरम्यान ती बाई मदतीची याचना करतच होती. ती किती निडरपणे अस्वलाशी झुंजत होती, त्याचा वार चुकवत होती, तरी त्याची मनगट सोडत नव्हती. हे आम्हाला झाडावरून दिसतच होतं. सुमारे 15 मिनिटं झाल्यावर ती लहूरमनला खाली उतरून त्या बाईची मदत करायला सांगितलं. त्याचा प्रतिसाद काय असेल हे खरं तर मला माहिती होतं आणि त्यानेही निर्लज्जपणे नकार दिला. ती बाई तशी शेलाट्या अंगकाठीची होती, त्यामुळे आमच्यासमोर आता ती मारली जाईल हे मला कळत होतं. तर सर, लहूरमननी नकार दिला आणि माझ्या काळजात धडकी भरली होती. तरी सुद्धा एक पुरुष म्हणून मी शांतपणे माझ्या खांद्यावरची ट्रान्झिस्टर असलेली बॅग त्याच्याकडे दिली आणि झाडावरून खाली उतरलो.
आव साहेब, मी त्याची मनगट धरते, तुम्ही त्याच्या पोटावर ताकदीनिशी लाथा मारा.
सर, मला काही माझा पाय गमावून जगायचं नव्हतं. अस्वलाचे मागचे पाय आणि पंजाचे वार याच्यासमोर माझा निभाव लावणं शक्य नसल्याचं मला माहिती होतं. त्यामुळे त्या मुलीचं म्हणणं मी अजिबात ऐकलं नाही. ती चिडली आणि मग तिने मला अस्वलाची मनगट धरायला सांगितली. मी तसं केलं तर ती त्याच्या पोटावर लाथा घालू शकली असती. मला ते सुद्धा शक्य वाटलं नाही. एकदम भयंकर अवस्था झालेली. मग ती बाई म्हणली,
साहेब, काहीतरी करा. आपण याला थोपवलं नाही तर फाडून खायतो आपल्याला. मर्दासारखं वागा आणि त्याची मनगट धरा. मी लाथा घालते ना, नाहीतर बांगड्या भरा जा घरी.
मी पुन्हा एकदा लहूरमनला खाली यायला सांगितलं. त्यांनी पुन्हा नकार दिला. आता अशा अवस्थेत, बधीर अवस्थेत काहीच होण्यासारखं दिसलं नव्हतं. मग मी जरा उलटसुलट विचार केला आणि अस्वलाची मनगट धरायला अनिच्छेने तयारी दर्शवली. हा निर्णय घेणं सोपं नव्हतं, पण पाय गमावण्यापेक्षा डोक्याने अस्वलाची थुंकी चुकवणं सोपं वाटलं. मी त्या महाकाय अस्वलापुढे ठामपणे उभा राहिलो आणि तिने त्याची मनगट माझ्या हातात दिली. आणि सर, ती बाई पळून गेली हो.
माझा विश्वासच बसेना. आधी वाटलं की ती दगड किंवा काठी आणायला धावली असेल, पण ती खूप दूर धावत गेल्याचं मला आवाजावरून कळलं. हे आता आणखीन भयंकर झालं. असं व्हायला नको होतं.
अगं, मला असं सोडून जाऊ नकोस,
असं मी त्या बाईच्या दिशेनं ओरडत होतो, पण ती गेली. माझं रक्त उसळलं. मी लहूरमनला हाक मारून गयावया केली. तो आणखीच आडमुठेपणा करत होता. आता माझं काही खरं नाही हे मला कळून चुकलं. अस्वल आणि मी एकमेकांसमोर होतो. थकत चालल्यामुळे त्याला थुंकणं शक्य होत नव्हतं आणि मी सुद्धा जीवाच्या भीतीनं का होईना त्याची मनगट सोडायला तयार नव्हतो. ते आरोळ्या ठोकत होतं, गुरगुरत होतं. सर, मी कधीही अस्वल बघितलंच नव्हतं, त्यामुळे त्याची मनगट पकडण्याचा प्रश्नच नव्हता. आता मला पळून झाडावर चढण्याचाही पर्याय नव्हता. सखल भागात किंवा चढणीवर अस्वल जास्त वेगानं पाठलाग करू शकतात. आता थकल्यामुळे त्याला बसायचं होतं आणि मला ते होऊ द्यायचं नव्हतं. थोडा आराम मिळाला तरी ते नव्या जोमानं उभं राहिलं असतं आणि त्यानं मला मारून टाकलं असतं. त्यानं खाली बसायचा प्रयत्न केला की मी माझ्या पंजानी त्याला वर खेचल्यासारखं करायचो. मी त्याची मनगटं सोडली असती तर माझं शरीर छिन्न विछिन्न होऊन माझा मृत्यू नक्की ओढवला असता. पण हे किती वेळ असं सुरू ठेवणार? एका माणसानंतर आता दुसऱ्या माणसानं आपली मनगट पकडल्याचं बघून अस्वल सुद्धा जरा बुचकळ्यात पडल्यासारखंच दिसत होतं. सर, असं आम्ही सुमारे 15 मिनिटं झटापट करत राहिलो. तितक्या दूरवरून काही धूसर आवाज ऐकू आले. मला भ्रम होतोय असं मला वाटलं प्रथम, पण हळूहळू आवाज मोठा होत गेला. अस्वलाने कान टवकारली. हा माझा भ्रम नसल्याचंही माझ्या लक्षात आलं. ती बाई आणि काही पुरुष धनुष्यबाण किंवा कुऱ्हाडी घेऊन आमच्या दिशेनं धावत येत आहेत असं लहूरमन झाडावरून ओरडला. लवकरच ती माणसं तिथं पोचली. एका क्षणात त्यांनी अस्वलाची मनगट हिसकावून काढली आणि त्याच्या पोटावर जोरदार लाथा घातल्या. अस्वलानं एक जोरदार हिसका द्यायचा प्रयत्न केला, पण ती माणसं फार धिटाईनं सामोरी गेली. एका मागोमाग लाथा बसत होत्या. मग अस्वल आडवं बाजूला पडलं तरीही लाथा सुरूच राहिल्या. मी मात्र तोवर त्या धक्क्याने बेशुद्ध पडलो. मग कुणीतरी सुक्या भोपळ्यातली मोहाची दारू एका द्रोणातून माझ्या अंगावर टाकली तेव्हा मी जागा झालो. लहूरमन दुसऱ्या द्रोणातून मोहाची दारू पीत बसला होता.
सर, ती चांगली बाई होती हो. तिनं मला फसवून अस्वलाच्या तोंडी दिलं असं मला वाटत होतं. पण या रानात या प्राण्यांसोबत राहणारी बाई होती ती. त्यामुळे तिने अस्वलाला लाथा घालायला सुरुवात केल्यावर मी घाबरून मनगट सोडण्याची शक्यता आहे हे तिला कळलं आणि ती मदत मागायला गावाकडे गेली. तर सर, काम असेल तरी जंगलात भटकू नका. जनावरं विश्वासघातकी असतात आणि माणसंही प्रत्येक वेळी चांगलं वागतीलच असं नाही हो. त्या दिवशी ती बाई परत आली नसती तर. ताजा कलम. तांब्यांनी लहूरमन विषयी वरिष्ठांकडे तक्रार केली. आपल्या सहकार्याची मदत न केल्याबद्दल लहूरमन विरोधात आरोपपत्र दाखल करणं काही शक्य नव्हतं. पण लवकरच त्याची बदली दुसऱ्या जिल्ह्यात करण्यात आली. त्यालाही तिथेच बदली हवी होती. तांब्यांच्या बदलीच्या विनंतीकडे लक्ष देण्यात आलं नाही. ते तिथेच काम करत राहिले. पण आता ते अबू जमाडमध्ये कामासाठी भटकत नाहीत.
धन्यवाद. मूळ लेखन नरेंद्र यांचं होतं. मराठी अनुवाद केला होता अवधूत ढोंगरे यांनी. रोटरी क्लब ऑफ ठाणे हिल्स आणि पेज टू स्टेज या NCPAच्या उपक्रमाच्या संयुक्त विद्यमानं आयोजित केलेल्या या ठाणे लिटरेचर फेस्टिवलमध्ये आम्हाला दोघांना अभिवाचनाची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आम्ही मनापासून आभार मानतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar and Mr. Srirang Khatavkar, for that powerful and engaging dramatic reading. Your performance brought words to life and gave us all a memorable theatrical experience. Friends, once again, please give them a loud applause. I request President nominee Sujit Gawai, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, President Samir Limaye, and Convener Atul to be present on stage to present a small token of our gratitude. I now request President-elect Dr. Anaga Karkhadas to please come on stage and share a few words with us. It is okay. It's okay. I'm crying. I don't want to.
Samir, this is fine for.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we bring the first edition of the Thane Literature Festival to a close, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our helpers and partners for their unwavering support and belief in this vision. This celebration of words, ideas, and imagination became a reality because of your collective spirit and commitment. We would like to specially recognize the exceptional efforts of Rotarian Gautam Banik, Rotarian Aniket Kanade, Rotarian and Anuja Kulkarni, Rotarian Srirang Date, Rotarian PN Sujit Gawai, Saloni Gawai, Rotarian Kalita, Rotarians Yashpal Mewati and his team, Vikram Mane, Andy Joseph, Akanksha, our new member, Satish Shetty, Sucheta Rege, Neha Banik, and of course, this event would not have been possible with the exceptional efforts of PP Atul Bide and President Samir Limaye. We also extend our gratitude to the VIP management team, backstage management team, registration team, social media team, IT support team, the sound team, the volunteers, and transport. We acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of all those who have worked directly or from behind the scenes for making this event a big success. Without your dedication, hard work, and teamwork, this milestone event would not have been possible. Thank you once again for your presence, your participation, and passion. We look forward to welcoming you all over again next year with new ideas, new stories, and the same spirit of togetherness. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to the Thane Literature Festival. For the first time ever, Thane celebrates the timeless magic of words. A festival where imagination takes the stage and every conversation sparks a new idea. Be part of this celebration, because here, every session tells a story, and every story begins with you. And now meet our guests. Voices that inspire, minds that ignite. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic begins now.
Our next session is a panel discussion on a theme that lies a very heart of literature: why we write. Writing is not just about words on paper. It is an expression, a reflection, and connection. And today's conversation will explore the many reasons behind this creative journey. We are delighted to have with us two distinguished voices, Mr. Charles Assisi and Ms. Dhamini Ratnam, who will share their perspectives and experiences as writers. Guiding this discussion will be Rotarian Harshad Divekar. I request Mr. Charles Assisi, Ms. Dhamini Ratnam, and Harshad Divekar to be on stage, please. Requesting Mr. Charles Assisi, Mrs. Dhamini Ratnam, and Rotarian Harshad Divekar to be present on stage, please. I now also invite past President Govind Khaitan to formally introduce the panelists. Where are they?
Good afternoon, friends. It's my honor and privilege to introduce this august panel. Let's start with Charles. Charles Assisi is a 27-year-old writer who operates at the intersection of technology, business, and public policy, always with a human-centered lens. As a columnist for Hindustan Times, he appears twice every weekend in First Principles, which explores the logic of modern systems like artificial intelligence and geopolitics, while Life Hacks offers introspective reflections on love, loss, and purpose. Charles has co-authored The Aadhaar Effect, a deeply reported book on India's pioneering digital identity project. Charles is also the co-founder of Founding Fuel, a platform known for challenging pre-existing assumptions. Charles' earlier roles include National Business Editor at the Times of India and Managing Editor at Forbes India, where he was part of the founding team. An alumnus of St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, Charles holds an MA in Economics from Mumbai University and an MBA in Finance from MET. He now teaches at St. Xavier's as guest faculty, encouraging students to think critically and write fearlessly. His creative influences include Atul Gawande, Sherwin Newland, and Hunter Thompson, mirroring his own voice, precise, humane, and quietly rebellious. Charles considers journalism the greatest privilege of his life, offering him access to brilliant minds worldwide. Recently, he embraced a strict physical fitness regime through regular gym workouts, discovering that fitness builds clarity, not vanity. And that strength, like good writing, is earned by living one deliberate day at a time. Please put your hands together for Charles.
Thank you for that generous introduction. I must also clarify that I'm a 27-year-old with a 19-year-old daughter, who's my older one, and a 13-year-old who's my younger daughter. But thank you for that. I compelled him to introduce me as a 27-year-old. I'm actually 53.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest on the panel is Dhamini Ratnam. Dhamini is a journalist based in Delhi and Mumbai who writes on the politics of gender, sexuality, art, and culture through a queer feminist lens. She has 17 years of experience as an editor and writer and has worked in news organizations like Mint, Hindustan Times, Mumbai Mirror, and Midday. Dhamini won the SOPA for Human Rights reporting in 2015 and a Global Investigative Journalists Conference Fellowship in 2017. A firm believer in sabbaticals, Dhamini has taken two. Very interesting. The first, to teach in a village school in Doda, and the other, to research on the social history of Section 377. Very impressive. Dhamini is the co-editor of an upcoming anthology on contemporary queer writings from India to be published by Westland. And Dhamini dreams of comprehending Yak Lacan's theories with ease someday. That would be an achievement. Currently, Dhamini is with Hindustan Times as the national culture editor. So please put your hands together for the two eminent panelists for today. And to put this all together, we have our own Dr. Harshad Divekar, who will be the moderator for this session. Harshad is a strategic business leader and a storyteller at heart. He currently heads the AIS League at Schneider Electric, where he leads the global marketing and innovation across the company's medium voltage portfolio. With over 2 decades of leadership experience, Dr. Divekar brings together a sharp understanding of technology, markets, and human behavior. A voracious reader, a member of the Wordsworth Club, and a past president of our very own Rotary Club of Thane Hills, Harshad brings both insight and curiosity to conversations like today's with Charles and Dhamini. Over to you, Harshad. Thank you.
Thank you, Govind, for the introduction and making me a doctor, which I am not. So I have two very accomplished journalists and authors with me, as you can see from their profiles. And in this session, we'll be exploring the very foundational question in literature as to why we write. So in this world full of noise, what is that internal commitment which makes you write that narrative, find that documentation of truth, or analyze a system like Aadhaar, right? That's the whole point. So before everything else, what is that personal non-negotiable necessity that compelled you to become a writer? Maybe we can start with you, Charles.
The personal non-negotiable narrative.
Necessity.
Necessity. It's roti, kapda, and makan. Yeah. Frankly, I mean, it's roti, kapda, and makan like it is for each one of us in this room. You had to find a job. And I figured that, I stumbled into writing, to be very, very honest. And there was no place in 1993 when I was looking out for a job when I graduated that would accommodate a science graduate. And I was not good enough to make it to the master's. So someone said, hey, why not try journalism? And one good thing about journalism is that it accommodates people of all kinds. And one kind editor was nice enough to take one young boy who just got in there and took me in. So called me an accidental journalist. And then once I got in there, and this kind gentleman, he looked at me and said, put him on the business desk. Now, I don't know why he put me on the business desk, because I had absolutely no clue about business. And once you're on the business desk, you hear people start talking about business. I could not make out what is PAT, like profit after tax. I could not make sense of all this jargon, EBITDA, and I could not make sense of, the economics that was being thrown about. And that's when it started to dawn that, much like the science that I was trained in, this whole domain is about curiosity. It's about how curious can you really be. And that's when you start digging deeper and deeper. And that's what writing is all about. So just to put that into perspective, by way of example, Harshad and I were talking the other day, and journalism has taught me to be shameless as well. So, when he said that he's into switchgear, I can be shameless enough to ask him, hey, what's a switchgear? All of us have heard about switchgear. Yeah. And, but how many of us really know what is a switchgear? And how does it work? And, I don't mind sounding like an idiot. And he gave me a master class on what switchgears are. And oh, I did? Yeah, I did, so yes. So exactly. So, so one of the non-negotiables is, say stupid and ask as many shameless questions as well. And I finally could figure out, how does the switch gears work, and I could understand how does the electricity grid work, and what are the complexities involved, the various levels, and that has been one of my non-negotiables really in writing, and that has and I really enjoy it, and it has allowed me to do deep dives, and it has allowed me to study, it has allowed me to continue studying, which is why I went on to study later. So that's in short.
I discovered why Charles is such a good journalist, because at the end of that 1.5 hour call, I realized I spoke more than him, and he knew more about me than me about him. But anyway, the same question to you, Damini. What is the reason you are into writing?
I'm out, okay. Why am I into writing is because I have a terrible fear of public speaking, so which unfortunately is not really assisting me now. Okay, no. Why am I into writing? I mean, I think Charles is a senior editor, and so he's kind of already specified some of the best things about being a journalist, is that it really does accommodate all kinds of people with all kinds of curiosities, and really allows you rather, to be stupid, allows you to ask questions. And I think all of these are absolutely wonderful reasons for me to stay in journalism, which, as we all know, is not an easy profession, right, anymore to be in. But having said that, what is the non-negotiable reason, like, I became a writer? I think for me it was really just about knowledge. I think it's always been about needing to add to the base of knowledge, and keep dipping into this well of knowledge that we all have, and we all dip into, and we all need to add to. And I think that as an avowed rationalist and an atheist, and somebody who has an immense amount of respect for the kind of cultures that we live in, it's very important for us to be very aware of things that are happening around us. And for me, journalism is really just adding to that system of knowledge. And that's why I wanted to be a journalist. Now, writer, of course, I feel is a slightly different thing, but yeah. Not a very great and fun answer as Charles, so, but yeah, very, very honest.
No, maybe following on, you write extensively about gender politics and identity, gender and identity issues, especially like Section 377, its history, etc.
Yeah.
So if I look at that space that you want to talk about, why do you want to work on that space? Is it about giving voice to something which history tries to erase? Right. So why that subject, and what resonates with you about it, and why do you want to work on that?
So I think that partly one of the things that I started writing, so essentially, look, I come from a background of literature myself, and I studied literature in Delhi. I finished my master's, and then I realized I didn't want to live in Delhi anymore, and I ran away quite literally to Bombay. And I was lucky enough to meet an editor in Midday who sort of took me on board. So it was very much by accident, like you too, Charles. But I think as a journalist, you develop the story, like you develop your arc, right? Like of what interests you, and also a lot of it depends upon what your editor wants you to do, whether you like it or not. So I think it was a mix of both. But I do come from a background of really a very politically charged, and when I say political, I don't mean electoral and vote politics. I mean, as a student, we were expected to know the reason why things are happening. Not just what is happening, but why is it happening. So coming from that perspective and, and then getting into a newspaper where you don't really have much space to talk about context, but you do have to have an understanding of the context, it kind of came very naturally to me to write about social issues. So it's not just Section 379, that's one part of it, but for me it was always about human rights. It was always about the social lives of people, right, if we were to expand it a little further. And I think it just so happened at that time that there was a very massive people's movement that was taking birth right under our noses, quite literally, and nobody was talking about it because of something as how should I put it, as unnecessary as bias, let me put it that way. Right? Because of our prejudices and biases, we didn't want to talk about it, but that doesn't mean it was not happening. So for me, that was the real kind of interest. And again, luckily, I had editors who were very open for me to go and write about something which otherwise most newspapers were not already covering. And that's how I got involved in, I would go to Delhi, I would attend the Supreme Court hearings. I would reach out to people and write about them at a time when there was a great amount of stigma, associated with being queer, and I think it made me a better journalist. So yeah.
Interesting. And what impact has your writing had because of on these issues?
Yeah. So I think that is a really great question, because I think when we start seeing one kind of writing come and also again, I'm very lucky because the time I was doing this is when social media also starts coming up, right? And so you have the opportunity to go viral, you have the opportunity to, become trending. And so not just me, a lot of my peers of this time were privileged to kind of, write about something, and then it kind of caught on like wildfire. But the impact, I think, is not just about what I have written. I think the impact actually is that readers took it. See, it wouldn't have mattered had readers not wanted to read this, right? And I truly believe that as journalists, we may be seeking the truth and we may be wanting to write about and uncover things, but if the reader does not want to read it, it does not. Yeah, sure. Right? So I think the impact is that, well, readers wanted to read about this, and then we kind of realized that we wanted to write more. And the impact that it was having was that it was going up to the Supreme Court and it was going up to the high courts who were quoting our articles, and who were then themselves recognizing that there is a very big shift happening in society. And that in turn, I think, was vital, I feel, also for the petitions that were in front of the Supreme Court in the first place, right? So it's a kind of a circle. I don't think that one person is responsible or one aspect is responsible, but I think that the zeitgeist works that way. And we kind of caught that wave of the zeitgeist in order to be able to popularize a subject on gender and sexuality that, Harshad, as we were discussing that day, even in our teens, yes, we simply did not have the words for it. Sure. But now you look at children today who are so smart, who are digital natives, who have an understanding which is so inflected by technology, right? And who have words and who have access to a language and an understanding of the human experience that we never did. True. And I think that's wonderful. That's very it makes me very hopeful.
Hopeful of the future. Fantastic. Charles, for some people, writing is very spiritual, meditative, and for others it is an intellectual exercise, So what is it for you?
So let me put it this way, that writing is very, very hard work to begin with. It insists that you wake up in the morning or at a certain hour as you decide, and you are at it. So it requires a great amount of discipline. So I have come across people who talk about, how, writing is about inspiration and, and all of that, about having a muse, etc., etc. But I can certainly tell you, much like most of us in this room, many of you in the room who wake up in the morning, you have to go to work at a certain hour, writing is much like that. You have to have a certain kind of a discipline. So is it intellectual? Is it spiritual? Well, in much the same way that it is hard work for most of us in this room, yes, it is very, very hard work. There are days when I don't want to get up. I want to stay in bed. But then I get up, I wake up, it is hard work. But why do I choose to do it? I choose to do it because when I am in there, it gives me a high. Now, is that high intellectual? Is that high spiritual? Frankly, I don't know the difference. I can tell you one thing for sure, is that I've been an atheist for as long as I can remember. Now, where does the thin line between what is intellectual and what is spiritual change? I really don't know. But when you are in that state of flow, as you call it,
sure.
There have been times when, something has been burning in the kitchen and I have been asked, why is it that you didn't notice?
Sure.
Or something has been kicked and I have been asked that, hey, what's the matter with you? Didn't you know something has been going on? There have been times when my kid has been crying. There have been times. Now, is this what you call spirituality? Is this what you call intellectual? I don't know. Frankly, I don't know the difference. When you are deep in prayer, is this what you experience? Maybe. Is it an intellectual exercise? Yes, it's a great intellectual exercise as well. We were talking the other day. I said it sounded like a stupid question. It gives me a privilege. But frankly, it was an intellectual exercise as well. I spent time researching a project like Aadhaar. I got a perspective into how some of the finest minds in the world work. Was it intellectual? Yes, it was intellectual. But I got a front side view because I could ask questions. And I think it's much the same way for everyone else in the room.
Sure.
It's a combination of intellectual and spiritual when you get into the flow. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, great answer.
Straight way.
No, it was a great answer. Absolutely. Okay, moving on. We are probably, facing the biggest technological disruption we have had in writing probably forever, right? You have AI is here, and writing technical, flawless text is very cheap and fast. Now, the question is, though AI can generate functional prose in seconds, then what is the non-replicable value of a human writer as we go forward? Maybe we start with you, Dhamini? Okay, we can start with Charles. Because of his technology background, for sure.
Okay. Okay, so I have a deep interest in technology. That's just by and I have been on this. So I have been exploring AI models for a long time now, and this is something which is interesting. This is fascinating, actually. Historically, such kind of disruptions have happened. Just to put things into perspective, when the typewriter happened, for example, okay, there were writers, for instance, who refused to use the typewriter because they thought that, using a typewriter would defile the act of writing. It would become impure, and they insisted on writing with a pen. Now, let's extrapolate that into the age of AI, okay? And let me give you a personal example, for instance, okay? Now, I have learned a bit of coding, okay? And how many of you in this room use ChatGPT? There we go. Everyone in this room is using ChatGPT. Or if not ChatGPT, you are using Gemini, you are using whatever. You're using Perplexity, something, right? Now, quick question. How many of you in the room are coding in some form or the other? Okay. How many of you are trying prompts? Okay, experimenting with prompts? Okay. Now, if you are experimenting with prompts, okay, now I worked on a master prompt for myself, okay. I figured one thing, that this is a master prompt that I can work as a writer, as a journalist. By way of example, this is a master prompt that exists with me that would, I just put it into GPT or I put it into Gemini or put it into Perplexity, and all I got to do is just replace the word. One word, say for example, I am researching space, as in space tech or whatever. I'm researching Thane, history of Thane. I just have to just change that, and I just run this master prompt, and everything that is possibly available across the public domain is suddenly available to me. All I have to do is now click, 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 and go and explore, which would otherwise have taken me, I don't know how long. Now, as far as I see it, what it has done is saved time for me dramatically. Now, is this cheating? No. I have amplified my productivity.
Sure.
You don't have to be a coder to do this. This is something all of us can train ourselves to be in. This is something all of us should be doing, and why should we not be doing this? And I'd speak not as a journalist, but I think all of us in this, in contemporary times, you should be doing this to save times. Why should you be working 8 hours or 10 hours when you can work 6 hours? Which is one part to it. Now, when it comes to writing, would I use GPT to write? Answer, no. Let me put that into perspective once again. Okay, let's say, for example, I am working on a theme. By way of example, if I am researching the history of, since we're in Thane, let's say we are talking about Thane. Okay, what's happening out here? Now, everything that is there in the public domain will come up to me, that's available to everyone. Okay, but what about the LitFest that is happening right now? How did this LitFest actually come about? Okay, who is Atul? What is the motivation that drives Atul? There is a human being called Atul. What drives him? What about Harshad? How do I know that Harshad, who is sitting here, okay, that he has a family? How do I know that he is an expert on switch gears? How do I know that he has got a young daughter whom he dotes on? How do I know about his wife? Now, no prompt is going to tell me this. It is not there in the public domain. He's got a LinkedIn profile for sure. It's not there. But it's the conversation with him that tells me this. Now, of course, you can tell ChatGPT that, I want this in so-and-so style after putting in all this, okay? But I've noticed that there is only so much it can do, but after I collect all these details, there's a certain structure I want. I want it to sing like music. I want my piece to sing like music. It's got to follow a certain narrative. If I like Hunter Thompson, the writer, it's got to follow a certain rhythm. I got all these details to be injected at the right place. So I can get a background of this LitFest in no time, but now I need to slow down, I need to pause, I need to think. So am I going to be replaced? Yeah, if I'm someone who does the drudge work, yes, I will be replaced. If I'm a truly creative person, no. If I'm going to use this to push the boundaries for sure, but I'm going to work harder to stay relevant. Otherwise, I will be replaced. I don't know if that does that answer your question, Damini?
Fantastic answer. Fantastic answer. So maybe Damini, since such a comprehensive answer Charles has
Really?
given,
Yeah, wonderful. I'm
I
so
will
glad.
ask you about something a little different.
Yeah.
With all its benefits, AI is inherently biased because it uses information in public space, and especially the space that you write on, that is marginalized and
Social
stories and
identities.
social stories. That is something which is always underrepresented in the public data, you know.
Yeah.
So what is your view on the how do writers tomorrow
Yeah.
manage the bias which AI will bring, and how do writers and editors counter it in public space?
So I think that people talk about the big threat that AI poses to journalism. But I have a very surprisingly optimistic take on this. Surprising because I'm not usually optimistic. And I feel that more than this being the age of AI, I think actually this is the age of journalism. Because you need a journalist today to verify, to know and to be able to do the things that they do, put into practice quite literally what we do every day, in order for you to know that what you are reading is accurate, is the truth, right? And a lot has been said about, oh, we live in a post-truth world, and, you know, there is this whole this sort of materialistic perspective, you know, of truth does not matter. And I think that that is all very well to be said in a classroom, but when we are living our lives, our day-to-day lives, we need to know facts, we need to know टमाटर का भाव क्या है, to what exactly is it that the Prime Minister or the Home Minister or you know, some particular business CEO has said to the stakeholder, what is the Prime Minister promised. We need fact checking, we need accountability checking, because that is how we live our lives. We don't live our lives in post-truth ways, right? So it is all the more important, I think, then for journalists to come and do their jobs, right? Because this is what we've been doing. I mean, before AI and whatever, right? And as far as bias is concerned, I mean, you know, I have a slightly different take on it, which is that we are never going to be free of bias, right? What we can aspire to be free from is inaccuracy. We should be aiming for not allowing lies to govern our decisions, not allowing untruths to govern our, right, our opinions. That is what I think we should aspire to. Bias to hoga, and ultimately it depends upon an individual's own understanding of their biases for it to change, right? So, yeah. But having just one more thing to add to this idea of AI as an instrument, and I think, Charles, you're absolutely right about this, because let's even go back to the advent of the printing press, right? Like the Gutenberg, which is what, 1663, 1683 sometime, right? At that time, the idea that somebody could write itself was such a revolutionary idea, right? That, and why was it revolutionary? Because to write was to have power. And I think that essentially the lives that we have been leading over these past, whatever, 4-5 centuries, look at India's own history, right? Our own national movement. The agenda has been to gain empowerment, has been to gain individual rights, right? And so I don't think it is useful even to say that, oh, AI is a threat. It's not. It's an instrument, right? But what it does require us to do is to turn around and say, I have to be, to use that wonderful description that the gentleman used to describe, to introduce you, we have to be deliberate about how we use it. And that is something that I think that we anyways are doing in all other aspects of our life, right? We don't lead indeliberate lives. So, yeah. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it's a very good perspective. So just a short take. So you work on business systems, business side of journalism, and so does AI, which makes a lot of things cheap, make deep investigative work more critical, like she says, or less financially viable?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
So in the age of AI,
Yeah.
as the costs of what you call research and many other things go down, does deep investigative journalism become more viable and more relevant, or less financially viable for the media houses?
Well, does it become more financially viable? Actually, let me put it this way, that if anything is called for, is that there is a requirement for more investigative journalism than there ever was. And there is more requirement for more investigative books than there ever was, because it is so much easy to spread misinformation. And this is something, I just want to take a moment, sorry, because since, you've been so generous to offer me this platform to speak from, and I have a grouse with us Indians, okay, in general. We don't think twice before going out and having a meal at a restaurant for a family of 4 or 5 and spending 2,000, 2,500 rupees, okay, or 3,000 rupees as the case may be. We will order from Swiggy and Zomato as the case may be, okay, but when it comes to buying a book that costs 250 rupees or 400 rupees as the case may be, okay, we will hold on. Why?
Or even subscribe to
Or even
websites like that.
subscribe to something, okay. Now we are, okay, our scriptures say, and we worship Saraswati, okay, but when it comes to the dakshina that we must give Saraswati, we hold back. And this is my grouse against us.
Sure.
As people. Why? When Saraswati comes home, we should welcome her.
I agree with you. I think most of the audience will also agree.
So it's much the same thing. My point is,
Sure.
I hope I'm making this is, this comes with with a deep degree of sadness that I say this, that is there room for investigative journalism? We live in an era of mistruth.
Sure.
And this is the time when we should be more open. We should be more welcoming of truth, much like Damini said, that there is mistruth, and we should be more welcoming.
I think fantastic answer. So let's move to the last part, where how about the craft of writing? What is the rigor process that you guys follow when you're writing a piece, and is it different when you do a short form, say a article, and what is different when you write a book, say like Aadhar Effect, right? So maybe one by one you guys can go. Maybe we start with Dhamini.
So I am actually in the process of just about sending out the proofs of an anthology that I have worked on and co-edited with another colleague of mine, Dhrubo Jyoti. And the idea of this anthology was to sort of try and look at the stories of queer people today. And when we think of queer as an identity of gender and sexuality, but we're also trying to sort of understand that, we don't lead vertical lives, we lead horizontal lives, right? So we have identities across class, caste, region, language. And so we've essentially tried to bring in and try and create a representative document that we hope will be as relevant, say 10 years from now, or 2 years from now, or 1 year from now. And the craft, I think, and of course I'm also simultaneously working on another book, which is more about the social history of the LGBT movement, which is in terms of just who we were in the 80s and the 90s, and how have we become who we are today. For me, that is really fascinating. I think the craft of writing really is a certain degree of self-flagellation. As Charles said, you have to keep telling yourself to do it even if you don't want to. For me, it is about simplicity. It all comes back to the reader. You know, we talk about AI, we talk about books, we talk about journalism, but none of it matters if people are not reading anymore. And if people are not reading anymore, then what we are essentially doing is condemning ourselves as a society to a future of not even ignorance, to a future of no conversation. We are condemning ourselves literally to a life where we have nothing to say to each other if we don't read, right? And so the craft of writing, if I were to start from there, that I want somebody to read me, why will they read me? Of course, first, I'm offering truth, I'm offering fact check, I'm offering verification, etc., all those boring little things that we have to do. You know, like Charles said, discipline. But they will read me if I'm readable, right? And I think the craft of writing is simplicity. There is great beauty in saying something very simply. It doesn't mean you can't be poetic. It doesn't mean you can't use metaphors. In fact, I think our Indian culture, Urdu le lo, aap Hindustani le lo, take Tamil, take Bengali, every language has its own history of adages and, you know, like some kind of like similes. My father used to call me what? I don't even know. So basically, my father is Tamil, and he would use a specific term for me, which refers to a green corn cob, which basically means you're very naive. He used to call me that when I was a child. And he would keep calling me a green corn cob, right? I mean, so we have histories like that, which I think like we have beautiful kind of, you know, ab Urdu bhi le lo, like look at the kind of Hindustani language that emerged out of it, right? We have this history of languages that we can seriously keep uncovering and learning from. And the beauty of all of that is that it is so simple. So really for me, it just boils down to that, simplicity.
Interesting. How about you, Charles?
So, the difference between writing a journalistic piece versus writing a book. So let me put it this way. Is that how you would?
Yes.
Okay. So it depends really on the nature of the beast, is how I'd put it. So if it is writing a book, I'm fresh out of writing my second book, which hasn't hit the shelves. It's something that was pitched to me, and I said, this may be boring. This was on Hindalco. Hindalco, I'm guessing most of you would know of the company. Okay, so as a business journalist, quite frankly, I have heard of this company. I have reported on this company. It is the world's largest aluminum manufacturer. Okay, now I have known about it. I've reported. I'm familiar with the balance sheet, etc., etc., etc. Now, it is only when you start getting into the innards of the company that you start talking to the real people out there and you start traveling across. That's when you realize that, oh my God, what hit me out there? It's not just about how aluminum is made. It is not just about how iron ore is dredged. It is also about people, real people, who take real decisions that can change, that can fundamentally change the world. Everyone familiar with Kumar Birla in this room? Okay, I'm assuming, okay? Okay. No, okay, I hear a gentleman say no. Okay. Okay, okay. Now, Now, my image of him, my impression of him, despite having met him, is that, you know, he is this silent, calm man. It's only on getting to know him that I realized that he is not what you think he is. He's probably one of the most decisive creatures who can absolutely cut through, who does not have the patience to listen to nonsense, who can take a decision about a few $1 billion like that, and who can listen to his gut. Now, how do you make such kind of decisions? Now, that's where the big question comes in. So this is not a book on aluminium per se, for me. It is about the people out there. How does someone make these decisions? What about the people who run those plants, you know, in the middle of nowhere? Why is it that you go there and you build those plants in the middle of absolutely nowhere? How do you motivate them? I worked on a book on Aadhaar. How do you create an identity system for 1.4 billion people? What does it take? When you go in there is when you realize that what you and I, all of us now carry in our pockets, what went into it, the politics of it, the economics of it, the technology that went into it, the geopolitics behind it, the economics behind it. Now, to understand it, to wrap your head around all of that, it's tough, frankly. I love to wake up at 4 a.m. That's why I love to wake up at 4 a.m. to practice the craft. Because when you are going in so deep, that's the most silent time you can get to yourself. And that's why I like to hit the gym at a certain hour, because that's the only time you get to cut off from all the other noises in your head, and you're just at it.
Flow time.
That's your flow time. And then when you get back, you just go back into that flow. You know, I think that's spirituality or intellectual, whatever you may want to call it.
Call it meditative.
Call it meditative. But there's, you know, you build these pockets of time, you build these pockets of stillness. I think that's how the whole process works. And that's how, for me, you know, I don't think I see much of a difference there when working on a journalistic piece as well. It may be short form, it may be long form, but pretty much works in a certain rhythm, because you're now engaging with people, what drives them, and then the final output that comes through may appear like a business piece. But at the end of the day, if you don't read it, I have failed.
May I ask Charles a question?
Go ahead.
With your permission.
For sure.
Because it's fascinating, right? This idea of the flow. And I'm just wondering, when you're in the flow, how do you balance family life? How do you balance being father, husband, you know, manager of cook, manager, like how do you balance that and stay in the flow?
I think work-life balance is a myth, if you ask me. Frankly, if you ask my wife, she will certainly tell you very honestly, and I have no qualms in admitting to this, that I am a bad husband. And she's made no.
Sure you're not.
I can certainly tell you this, and I you know, when you are in the flow, you are in the flow. Okay. There are times when I have to take time out very, very deliberately. I am irritable. I'm like, don't break my flow. I certainly think that, you know, I'm not kind enough to my kids, you know, because they're irritating, you know, their voices just get in my way. You know, I'm like, don't break my flow, for heaven's sake, you know, here I'm changing the world and, you know, you want your food. What's the matter with you? You know, so.
Only a writer can have this kind of ironic self-awareness. That is.
No, honestly, but I'm sure this is true for all of us working professionals out here. And I'm sure that this is true for spouses of those people who are married to working professionals, that why doesn't my spouse see this part? You know, it's not just about a writer, but I'm sure, you know, your spouse may be working and involved in some, you know, some nonsense, whatever it may be, you know, like he's working on some switchgear stuff and, you know, his wife may turn around, yeah, Harshad, please, yaar, bacche ko kuch to do.
I think she does it every day, but anyway.
No, and then you don't even get paid enough for it, Charles, do you?
No, so
Like,
that's
writing is the most
that's the other thing. It's interesting that Damini brought this up, that we don't get paid enough for it. So it's very interesting since she brought this up, that we don't get paid enough for it. That is very true, and that's the other lesson that's come up, that we don't get paid enough for it because hell, we haven't learned to ask for it. And once you put your foot down and say, I need to be paid this much, or sorry.
But I have to add one thing to it, which is going to sound mildly pompous, but
Sure.
but I think it would apply to you as much as I feel it applies to me, which is that I don't think we entered into this profession with any idea of the amount of money that we are going to make at all.
Absolutely, absolutely,
Right?
absolutely.
It was never about the money, and
It was never
has
about the
been
money.
the
It was never about the
right?
money. Yeah.
Which is why this anxiety of AI is so real for us, is because it's an economic issue.
Yes, it is.
Fundamentally, it is an economic problem.
Yeah.
But none of the answers we gave actually was about the economics of it, because we are so concerned about philosophical things like truth and fact and conversations on the dinner table 20 years from now.
No, but frankly, that's why I said, right at the right up front earlier on, that, this is roti kapda makan at the end of the day.
True.
And I think that's what matters to everyone, that how much can you make out of it. And, if most newspapers, most magazines, you, after working for about 15 days for something, okay, if you're going to get paid some 5,000 rupees or 7,000 rupees to write an article, 15 days, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, sorry, it's not worth it. I think we know the economics of that. I can certainly tell you this. I'm happy to put the numbers out. But working on a book, it's not worth the money. You work on a book, you're going to get paid about 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs in India. It's going to take about 3-4 years of your life. And if you think it's glamorous, sorry, you're going to be glamorous when you come to a lit fest, when you get treated well. Okay? But is it going to fill your stomach? No.
So in spite of you saying roti kapda makan, I don't think why we write is because of roti kapda makan. Otherwise, it would not have been this way, So I think for both of you, it is a calling. That is why we write. So probably I'll wrap up quickly. So we've covered the personal necessity, the disruptive future that AI is bringing, and also the craft of writing. Whatever we say, whatever AI brings in terms of the functional pros, the unique human insight is what drives writing and will continue to drive writing. So Charles and Damini, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom, craft, and calling. And it was great to hear you and your perspective. Thank you for joining us in LitFest, and I think let's have a round of applause for both of these.
Thank you, Harshad, for having us. Thank you for listening to us so patiently.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Harshad.
Thank you, Mr. Charles Associé and Ms. Damini Ratnam, for sharing such honest and inspiring reflections. I would like to also thank PP Harshad Nivekar for moderating this session so thoughtfully. A big round of applause, please. I'd like to call on Dr. Sujata Jadhav, Rotarian Srirang and Aditi Date, Rotarian Gautam Banik, Rotarian Aniket Kanade, President Samir Limaye, and Convener Atul.
Charles' little addition. In a way, we are part of a culprit segment when the topic was about we are not paid enough. Both of them, not just both of them, everyone here for 2 days have come without any economic advantage, free of charge. So in a way, it is appeal to our sponsors to consider this fact that whatever you give us, thank you for that, no issue about that. But next year, if you can increase little, we can actually make a justice to their creativity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much once again. Friends, we have 2 interesting sessions coming up, one of which is the prize distribution ceremony of Mary's Story. This segment celebrates creativity, imagination, and the joy of storytelling by recognizing the efforts of our 80 participants. May I call upon Ms. Anita Satish to take us through the concept of Mary's Story and her journey thereon. Behind this decision is a panel of remarkable individuals who brought their insight, empathy, and literary sensibility to the judging process. Today, we invite them to share a glimpse into that journey. What moved them, what challenged them, and how they arrived at the final choice. I'd like to call upon our esteemed judges, Ms. Rashmi Pathare and Ms. Madhulika Korde, to please join us on stage. Manjulika Korde. Madhulika Korde, sorry. Very sorry about that. Oh, I was told Rashmi. Sorry. It's Reshma Pathare. I'm sorry, I got the names wrong. I'd also like to invite Mr. Vikrant and Ms. Shubha Pandey for the prize distribution ceremony. Past President Sucheta Rege to join us for the prize distribution ceremony, please. Madhulika Korde.
Mary Story. So everyone has a story and everyone can write. That is what we felt. So that is why we floated this particular contest called Mary Story. We did not want to give it any fancy taglines. It was just going to be Mary Story. But we had a word count. So we said, okay, the story should not be more than 350 words because then it will be a little interesting. It can't be too short also. How do we start then? Because then you'll have a variety of stories coming in. As it is, judging is a difficult job. Then what are they going to judge on? So we said, okay, let us give them a prompt. So we gave them a prompt. All the contestants or the participants had to write in the story using the prompt. Now this is where I feel there's an analogy to the life. We all get born. So that's our prompt. What we do afterwards is where each individual takes a choice. Similarly, this story, some stuck to the criteria we gave, that is the word count, by the deadline. So they sent it, even by 11:56 we had come. They stuck to the prompt, they used all. But then just like life, some people wrote their own stories. They went overboard with the words. They didn't stick to the deadline. So I feel This Mary story, as much as the participants wrote Mary story, it was a learning for me also. Things can be so different. And of course, I must thank our judges. We had 3 judges. Unfortunately, 2 are not able to come here, but we do have Reshma, who did a wonderful job of judging. I'll just pass on the mic to her to tell what was her experience in judging this.
Good afternoon, all. I think I'll stand up and talk. Before I tell about the experience, I would like to give a brief background of myself as requested by Anita. Firstly, I would like to thank Rotarians, Mr. Atul Bide, Anita Satish ma'am, and Nikhil Ballar, who actually, due to which this opportunity came through. And I had a wonderful time judging. I have basically been into the media as a freelance journalist, then as a freelance editor. I've worked with many national and international magazines, including incidentally NCPA's Onstage magazine, for which I also continue to write for. So I've been a journalist and editor. I have been a visiting faculty for MET and Ghanekar in the mass media departments. I have been a secondary desk researcher for CEB, Gartner, Iconoculture, all of these. Mainly my relationship with books comes because I am a published award-winning translator for Mehta Publishing House, Amazon, Eka, and Popular Prakashan. So I have seen that sort of publishing, that sort of writing as well. I have been judged. I have got good reviews, bad reviews, everything. And let me tell you this, that writing is not easy. I heard this very wonderful session which we had just now. And yes, AI is definitely changing the ballgame in a large way. But ultimately, somewhere, it's the human brain which has made AI. AI has not made the human brain. So I'm of the school of thought that what the human brain can spin, at least as of now, as we stand today, will always transcend what AI or computers can give us. In that sense, when I was judging the stories or I was marking the stories, I was fascinated to see the variety in which the prompt was taking different brains. Some went on thrillers, some went on emotional, some went on suspense, some went on love stories, some went on total abstract kind of angles. And it was really fascinating to see that with a very short word count of 350 words and with a prompt already given to them, people could spin so much. So what is preventing all of us from writing books? Please write books. We require, like Dhamini said in the previous session, we are in the real danger of losing conversations, and which we are, because books are not being written as well as much as we would like them to be written. And people do require to read so that they can converse. And if we have such good writers, I really think we all should consider writing more books. So it has been a very good journey. And thank you all for participating. I had a great time judging, and I hope I've made a good decision.
So now let me announce the winners. Are you all ready? That's a small yes. Okay. So the second runner-up is Miss Swarnali Sinha. Congratulations. Thank you, dear. First runner-up is Vidya Sanat. Winner. And the winner of Mary Story is Miss Indrani Dev. Wow. Confirm to me she's there. Yeah, is Miss Indrani Dev there?
Yeah, he was here.
sorry. Please accept on behalf of Indranee. Thank you, Reshma, for all your efforts. We appreciate it. I would like Samir to give her a token of honor. Thank you to all on the dais and looking forward to the next session. Thanks, Kalita.
Friends, our next session explores a subject that gives books their unique magic, the power of images. Title Visual Stories, the Real and Importance of Images and Illustrations in Books. This panel will highlight how visuals enrich storytelling, complement words, and sometimes even speak louder than them. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Chirodeep Chowdhury, Ms. Kripa Bhatia, and Ms. Sucharita Sen Gupta. Suri. The session will be guided by the accomplished journalist and author, Ms. Jane Borges. May I invite Ms. Yamini Kundatkar to introduce our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We do understand it's time for food, but we are getting enough food for thought, I'm sure. So with this, we come to the final concluding session of this noon. I'm absolutely thrilled and delighted to introduce the speakers of the upcoming session. Let me first begin with the gentleman here. Chirodeep Chowdhury, a luminary of the lens, if I may call him. Chirodeep Chowdhury is a deeply revered figure in the world of visual storytelling, a celebrated photographer whose career spanning over 3 decades has masterfully navigated the terrains of photojournalism, documentary, and fine art. His trajectory through Indian media is distinguished. He honed his craft as a key member of the photography teams at the Sunday Observer and Outlook. Subsequently, rising to the lead, the design, and the photography departments of the Time Out India. Most recently, his vision illuminated the pages of National Geographic Traveler India, where he held the coveted position of editor of photography. Chowdhury's lens is marked by extraordinary breadth, encompassing documentary, industrial architectural, and portrait photography. Yet his most profound and enduring subject remains the majestic city of Mumbai. Through his acclaimed decades-long projects, he has meticulously documented the city's soul, resulting in internationally exhibited works like Seeing Time, Public Clocks of Bombay, The Commuters in the City, a Library, and The 1 Rupee Entrepreneur. His striking photographs documenting Mumbai's rich agricultural heritage have become definitive visual records, gracing the pages of seminal books, including Bombay, the Cities Within, Fort Walks, Anchoring a City Line, A City's Legacy, the Indian Navy's Heritage in Mumbai, Bombay Then, Mumbai Now, and Bombay Meri Jaan. Beyond the urban metropolis, Chowdhury is also the author of the critically lauded A Village in Bengal, Photographs and an Essay, a 13-year-long intimate documentation of his ancestral village and its cherished 200-year-old Durga Puja tradition. Additionally, he co-authored with great truth and regards the history of the typewriter in India, further showcasing his eclectic curiosity and depth as a chronicler. A big round of welcoming applause for Chirodeep Chowdhury, please. Thank you. Moving on to the illustrious and dignified ladies here, we have Kripa Bhatia. Kripa is an acclaimed award-winning illustrator of children's books based in Mumbai, whose evocative work is founded upon a unique blend of urban realism and grassroots engagement. A distinguished fine art graduate from the prestigious Sir J.J. School of Art, She currently shares her expertise as a visiting faculty member of Ecole Institute Lab, Mumbai. For Kripa, the distinction between life and art is seamless. She views herself as a dedicated collector, gathering vivid impressions from the world around her, sights, sounds, textures, and even seemingly insignificant overlooked objects like broken buttons or discarded cloth pieces. These diverse materials and observations are then meticulously woven into rich collages, journals, and miniature booklets. She beautifully encapsulates her philosophy by saying, even mundane and absolutely ordinary and lifeless objects can stir certain emotions and feelings, and thereby inspire us to write, create, and make art. Kripa Bhatia's artistic output is a joyful celebration of keen observation, deep empathy, and the boundless magic found in the everyday art of making. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kripa Bhatia. Thank you. Coming to the next speaker, Sucharita Sengupta Suri. Sucharita is an artist and communication designer. A graduate of the National Institute of Design, she has led her communication design studio for over 2 decades, specializing in film publicity design. Over the years, she has designed posters for more than 200 films, including iconic films like Kal Ho Na Ho, Rang De Basanti, and Delhi 6, as well as acclaimed Netflix series such as Trial by Fire, Scoop, and Jamtara. Her studio also worked closely with Disney, Amazon Prime, Sony, Zee, and Foxstar Studios, developing creative adaptations, marketing campaigns, and merchandises for the Indian market for international blockbusters like Avatar, X-Men, Life of Pi, and Ice Age. Alongside her design studio, Sucharita works closely with her husband in their self-publishing company, Twaga, where she has designed over 200 book covers, shaping the visual identity of numerous titles across genres. During the lockdown, she turned her focus to her personal art practice, building a body of whimsical, nature-inspired work, collaborating with brands and publishers, and exhibiting her paintings nationally and internationally. She has illustrated picture books for young adults and children titles including The Enchanted Cottage with Ruskin Bond, and most recently Sophie's Wildlife Adventure for the Elephant Family Foundation. Her art offers a glimpse into an imaginative world inspired by the beauty, oddities, and marvels of nature, reflecting her deep fascination with fables, folklore, and cabinets of curiosity. May I request a big round of applause for this illustrious panel, please? May I now request P.P. Govind to kindly introduce the moderator for the session, Ms. Jane Borges.
Thank you, Yamini. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Jane Borges. Jane is a senior journalist, author, and oral historian. Her work has appeared in publications such as Mumbai Mirror, Sunday Midday, New Lines Magazine, Scroll, The Swaddle, The Asian Age, and Muscat Daily, among others. In 2022, Jane received the Red Ink Journalism Award. Jane's debut novel, Bombay Balchao, in 2019, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, Bombay Balchao, was shortlisted for the Sahitya Academy Yuva Puraskar and the Atta Galata Bangalore Literature Festival Book Prize. Jane also co-authored the non-fiction book Mafia Queens of Mumbai, Stories of Women from the Ganglands in 2011, a chapter of which was adapted beautifully into Sanjay Leela Bhansali's Bollywood film Gangubai Kathiawadi in 2022. Jane leads Soboykar, an oral history archive documenting the lives of Catholics who migrated from the Konkan to South Mumbai. This was in partnership with the Citizens Archive of India. In early 2025, Jane was the visiting Charles Wallace Fellow at the University of Stirling, Scotland. Jane's second novel, Mog Asundi, is scheduled for release in early 2026, and of course, we look forward to it, Jane. Jane lives in Mumbai. Loud round of applause for Jane.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
over
you.
to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's the last session, and I hope we do not bore you all. But I'm so excited to be part of this discussion today. We have storytellers with us, really, 3 fabulous storytellers who tell stories in very different formats, because when you think about stories, you think about writing. But for me, story is about creating. And Chirodeep, Sucharita, and Kripa tell stories in different mediums. With Kripa and Sucharita, of course, your mediums almost like kind of collide. But from the 3 of you, I probably, you all can choose who wants to answer. But each of you works with images. I'd like to know from you all, and with different mediums, of course, but how would each of you define your practice? Maybe you can, Chirodeep, you want to start, or Mike?
My way of working is this very long drawn way of working, which most people are usually kind of thinking, how come this guy doesn't get bored? I sometimes I think it's really like, I was joking once and saying it's really like being a like a woodpecker, just slowly pecking away over a very long period of time. I mean, I think that's really what my practice as a photographer is. And I'm saying this is very different from the practice that I have as a journalist. I mean, where it is, where you're working on smaller stories and things like that. But the other projects, which is more to do with photographing Bombay city, which is more immersive kind of work, which is more trying to look at your your lived experiences of the city. I think, that is like a really slow kind of process where, you're trying to peel away layers one at a time, build it one brick at a time, the narrative that one is trying to construct. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, so for the longest time, like he said, his journalism and photography. So for me also, for till lockdown, I have mostly been a graphic designer, where what defined my work was mostly clients' briefs. Okay, it was not, the lesser my voice was out, the better it was. So the communication always had to be what the client had to say. So you say that my work should speak for me. For me, it was my work should speak for my client, right? And after lockdown, during the lockdown, in fact, I had my little voice, but it was in my sketchbook, which was in my bag, which was in my cupboard. But during lockdown, I started painting. I live in Warsaw, which is very close to the mangroves. And you won't believe, during the lockdown, I kind of documented 25 to 30 different birds which came to my windowsill. And I started painting. There was so much time, and I started painting. And as I painted, I started seeing the form always encouraged me, but I started looking at beauty beyond the beautiful, So sometimes I would research and I would see people painting beautiful peacocks and tigers. But I somehow looked at a vulture, probably. Something like a Nepenthes plant, which is, a carnivorous plant, and I would see the beauty in that, which I felt that not many people were seeing unless you show it to them in a certain way. So that kind of intrigued me, and my art became like a amalgamation of reality and imagination put together. At the same time, I came across something called Cabinet of Curiosities. I don't know if many people are aware of it. In 17th and 18th century, in Europe,
mostly wealthy people had this cupboard filled with odd stuff. It might be man-made or it could be natural. So it was more like a precursor, to museums. So when I started looking at that more, so it just opened a Pandora's box, and I just started diving into more. So that's how my work is right now. Mostly it's a bit of both.
Shirodeep, you will relate to the cabinet of curiosities.
Oh, completely. I mean, yeah, my house is like full of curiosities.
Kripa, please.
Thank you, firstly, Thane Literature Festival. It's so wonderful to be here. Finally, something which is happening, in your neighborhood, and it's wonderful to be a part of this. And I wish the festival all the best. And thank you for the question, Jane, and reading our work and this beautiful panel. So for me, my work, what defines my work and my artistic practice is a deep-seated anger and resentment. I work with an NGO, closely with an NGO, where I helped them set up a community library a few years ago. And with the intention of making books, children's books, accessible to children everywhere. And when I visit the center, which is a CRC, which is Community Resource Center, I hear their stories. I'm with the children, and I see this disparity starkly blaring at us every day, especially this particular NGO, which is set up in this particular center, which is set up in Bharatnagar, which is at the edge of BKC. And on one side, you have these glass buildings, these plush glass buildings, and then you have the Mithi River that separates. On the other side is Bharatnagar, and which is just at the edge, and so there is always a fear of encroachment and so on. And so when I work with the children in the center, I hear their stories, and I hear, when we speak to them is when you realize that their voices are not heard, and that's where the stories come from, and that's where the art comes from, to talk about the marginalized, to represent the underrepresented.
Thank you for this, Kripa. I think we all have very, very different practices here, but like I said at the beginning, we're all storytellers in a way. I work with text. Shirodeep, you also like working with text, with your images. But what draws the three of you to a visual, like when you talk about a visual story, why do you all choose the visual medium as opposed to sound or text? What is it that appeals to you?
Okay. I wish I could express myself equally through sound and text. I really miss doing that. But for me, I think it's just a matter of exposure. I am not a big believer in having, like, you're very talented and you work on something, and so it's just that my exposure since childhood has been very visual. So I think that kind of merged into what I am today, and I'm most comfortable doing that. It's not that I don't want to do it in the other two mediums, but I'm most comfortable doing it in this medium. So say, for example, I almost see music. When I'm hearing a music, there's always a visual happening. When I'm reading a text, I'm almost imagining it like a film rather than, deciphering the letters in there. So I think it's just happened because I had put more energy towards it at a certain point of time, and now I'm used to it. But I would love to, communicate and express myself. Music, I don't know if I can at all. But text, I'll try to probably.
Thank you.
In my case, I mean, one of the things that very early in my career, one of the things that used to really irritate me was when I would hear people say, a picture speaks 1,000 words. And I think that's the biggest lie that is going around, okay? I think you have to make pictures speak. I don't think pictures speak on their own. Okay, so I think we need to understand how visual communication happens. And therefore, there are certain kind of approaches that you work with where, the visual can stand on its own. There could be other approaches where you might need text to kind of to support it, because the visual may not be saying everything. I mean, so I think I found over time that I think it became important that I at least I don't have to write myself. I mean, I have friends who are very, very accomplished writers. So I have no delusions about, me writing well or something. But the thing is, having seen them work, having read their works, I know and I'm aware of, what good writing would be. And I think having hung out with them and stuff like that, I think what it has done is, it has, I think there's been some sort of, maybe one has imbibed little things. I can see that my writing over the years has kind of changed. I like to believe it's become better, okay? But that's what I'm saying. I think I was never averse to the idea of using words along with images. It was just that I was less capable at one point. So my capabilities have gone up. I think I'm able to conceptualize projects in a way where I think words can play more important roles. I'm also able to, I think the other thing is, I'm at least able to create the structure, and then I can, let's say, approach somebody like you and say, as a writer, say, look, this is what, do you think you could improve upon this? It's something which earlier I found myself incapable of doing, right? So I think that's kind of changed. That's the way I look at text today when I'm working with it. Yeah?
It's very interesting that you say that. Yeah.
Just one more thing I wanted to say, that I like how you said that why visuals. Because throughout my career also, I had this need to tell the story in one visual. As a poster designer, I can't tell the whole story. I just have that one frame to tell that story, right? So, and that's how I see my art also. Like, it's a different thing when it's a picture book, but when you're seeing a piece of art, it's one thing. And the emotions that you want to get out of the viewer, everything needs to be told in one frame. And that is what I find very positively challenging, and I want to do it again and again.
I have a question that I want to ask, but maybe we'll get Kripa to answer this, and then we can.
I'll just build on Chiro and Sucharita. So I think visual storytelling is kind of something which takes a backseat in our schools. We are only doing the walk, talk, and chalk method of learning, where visual intelligence is rarely actually tapped on in our schools. I strongly believe that when a child comes first to the classroom at the age of 3 or 4, the teacher rudely assumes that the child is not literate, but the child is already visually so literate. And so we're rarely tapping into the visual intelligence of children and people. And I think that's why art comes to our rescue. And art is, of course, art made the world, and art is the first form of communication that humans once used.
It's very interesting you say that. And like you were talking about the frame and like that one piece of art that kind of defines everything that's going through your head. I would need pages for that. And you say it is positively challenging. I would like to know a bit about that process from the three of you. This positively challenging process. It would be really, really interesting. You want to start? Okay.
So my process really, I mean, it starts, it's difficult to say if there's one way that things really start, right? I mean, for instance, there could be like, I mean, various triggers, okay? But I think the most important thing is that, you know, it's what I like to say. I mean, you know, you keep your mind fallow, right? I mean, you kind of constantly keeping the mind ready for that trigger when it has to happen. What I'm trying to say is, like, for instance, so you know, I'm reading the newspaper daily. I'm moving around. I'm looking. I'm talking to people. I'm kind of reading books. I'm watching movies. All of these things are happening, and like I remember this is a for instance, you know, this project which my friend Jerry Pinto and I had done some years back. Jerry and I, you know, we used to travel a lot together. One of the things that we would talk about, and I'm not saying it was something that was specific to us, but I think it was the general narrative, which is that, say, and it may be relevant in this forum, which is that say people have stopped reading books, so they've kind of reading has diminished as a habit. Now, we would talk about it, we would lament, all that would happen, the usual stuff. Now, how does that kind of translate into anything? Okay, I remember it had led to actually two interesting bodies of work. One which was a much bigger body of work, which is, I remember Jerry was on the board of trustees of a library called the People's Free Reading Room and Library at Metro Cinema. And we were meeting and he was grumbling about something, and he mentioned the library, and I said, but what are you doing there? And you know, he said, I'm on their board of trustees. My first question to him was, do you think I could come there and shoot? Okay. And he said, yeah, but I mean, you have been there. It's a grand library. I mean, lovely interiors, you know, old furniture, marble statues, this, that. I said, no, that's not what I'm interested in. I want to come and photograph the books. To which he was initially a little perplexed. But then I think Jerry has known me long enough to kind of see where this was coming from. You know, our common interest in vintage books, illustrated books, and all of that. Over the next 3.5 years, we would kind of go to the library, pull out books from there. And so what I shot over 3 years was essentially damaged, decaying books, okay, which was sort of crumbling, as they say, you know, you try to turn a page and it's crumbling in your hands. And what we were essentially doing was we were photographing neglect. What happens when knowledge is forgotten? That's what it became. So years of conversation, okay, us cribbing, lamenting as writers, as producers of books, you know, people who have been in this business of books, it kind of came down to that, okay? There was another idea that this had kind of triggered, but it was a little earlier, you know, when the Lit Fest that happens at NCPA, when that was happening, Jerry once actually said, the very first edition, they were actually supposed to do a commemorative book. And Jerry told me, you know, Mr. Dharkar was asking, would you contribute something? And I'm like, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to contribute, but let's think, blah, blah. And Jerry kind of said, what if you do pictures of people reading? And I remember this is how the conversation went. I'm like, you know, we are saying you have lit fests big as a response to the fact that people aren't reading, okay? I'm doing pictures of people reading in random places, you know, Asiatic ke CD pe, bus stop pe, train mein, and all. It's not adding up, okay? And so we let it be. And from there, the idea actually, you know, it was playing in my head for a while, and from there it kind of grew. You know, there's a statue near the GPO. It's a drinking water fountain. On top of it, there's a boy who's reading a book. It's a very famous Bombay landmark, okay? And I remember doing a picture of that, noticing that because this was going around in my head, noticing that, and which then led to this whole other observation of old statues all over Bombay, where Bombay luminaries of a certain time are posing with books, which led to this whole questioning that obviously knowledge mattered, the intellect mattered, so therefore a Dadabhai Nauroji would be photographed holding a book. You know, various people like that at that period were photographed holding books. What would happen to statues of luminaries of today? Would they be posing with books, or what would they be? So you see, this is how the mind is processing a very basic bit of information, which is what we all are kind of thinking about, which is the reading habit is dying. Okay, so I'm saying that's the way various ideas kind of could develop. And
Chirodeep, I think I have to invite you to Warsaw, because now I think Bombay is filled with something what I called ugly beautification. These statues which pop up everywhere, which are an eyesore. There is one where there are two children reading books.
Oh,
Probably
yeah,
you
yeah,
should
yeah, yeah.
come and see
yeah,
that.
yeah. They're all over Bombay, by the
Yes,
way. You know, you
yes,
see that
yes.
all over Bombay. Yeah, in Thane as well. There's one in Thane as well. Yeah, two actually I've seen.
And since you mentioned about photographing old books, I love doing that. I would go to, now they are called thrift stores, but basically Raddiwala.
Yeah.
So I would love to go there and take out books and some artifacts. So talking about visuals, I like picking up things which has a story. So I picked up this little frame, which was handmade by somebody. It had a picture of a couple getting married, and it was very nicely hand cut. And when I turned it around, it said that it was a gift. Somebody handmade it and gifted that to the couple who was getting married. So that one visual, seeing that, I could just put myself back into whenever it was 1970s or whatever time, and it just transformed me back to that time. And I thought of all different things that would have been in the mind of the creator as well as somebody who has received it. So I think that is the power of visual, where I just had to just look at that and it transported me back to when it was made.
Thank you.
I also think that systems don't happen by chance, and systems are actually created, especially when this kind of systematic something like this has happened, a neglect like this has happened, and then you have children in these communities and places who have been kept away deliberately. We speak about right of reading for every child, and we talk about right to knowledge. But to exercise that right, do they really have that sort of access? Majority of the children don't have that access, and that's why when we complain that children are not reading, the problem is about accessibility, that on one hand you have neglect, and on the other hand there is hunger for reading, but it's not being bridged. Yeah.
Would you like to say something about your process, Kripa?
I think my process also is kind of building on this. It's kind of situational in a way. I'm looking at what is currently also happening in the world. If we look at artists and how artists are responding to situations that they are put into. I follow this one artist called Sliman Mansoor, who's a Palestinian artist. And so in one of his interviews, he says that, he decided that he's not going to use any art supplies that is coming from Israel, and which leaves him with really nothing. And so he uses mud and water, which is the land and water of Palestine. And so I think artists are also responding to situations that they are put into. Art is not only about creation, it is also about resistance.
That's beautifully put. What I find very common in the three of you, the thread that runs across your works, is the city. I don't know if it's a very conscious decision to create or reimagine the cities that you inhabit. For, I think, even you're Thane based, right? Kripas? No, Thane, you're Mumbai based, yeah, sorry. So for Chirodeep, because we call Thane another city, two cities. Like you have your leg in one city and the other. But like you were talking, you've done so much documentation around the city. Kripa, your illustrations also, the city reflects very strongly. And with you, like when you started painting,
Yeah, for
it
me,
was the
it was actually the opposite. The lack of nature
Sure.
is what
Yes.
pushed me to do that.
Yeah, and to find that thing within the city, that anomaly or that thing that you were missing. Is it very conscious to, or is it very natural to, as artists, as storytellers, to talk about things that and spaces that you occupy?
So I think, for me, now I think looking at Bombay is a very conscious decision. Okay, when I started out, I mean, it was more, I live in this city, so I mean, it's the easier thing to photograph. I mean, as opposed to, I might like Calcutta a lot, but I mean, I'm not living there, so I wasn't getting opportunities to photograph Calcutta. But I think what I've realized over time, and I think this is most crucial as far as I'm concerned, which is that I think this is the city that I'm able to read the best. Okay, it's the city that I mean, if I look at cities as a network of information, okay, and you are, I mean, I get out of the house, catch a train, go into town, do whatever. I'm bombarded with information from the time I step out, okay? And what of those information, what of those bits am I latching on to? It depends again on my mental makeup, my interests, I mean, all of that. So all four of us might set out from the same place, but we would respond to it differently. So now, for me, I think I'm not interested in kind of photographing other cities the way that I'm kind of photographing Bombay. I mean, now sure, I mean, if it's an assignment, somebody sends me and says, okay, go and photograph the lanes and bylanes of Lucknow, that's a different thing. But I think I will always be the outsider in Lucknow, right? I mean, in Bombay, I'm not the outsider, I'm the insider, and I think and that I think comes with a huge amount of responsibility. This kind of very new, I think the portraits that I'm able to create of Bombay are nuanced portraits of Bombay, right? I mean, I think they are nuanced portraits of Bombay, and they can only be done if I'm living in this city. I don't think you could have done it otherwise. Like I remember I was working on this project once called The 1 Rupee Entrepreneur, which had actually, where I was photographing, those coin-operated phones that you get, those red plastic boxes. You don't see them as much now. I mean, but there was a time when those years, I think early 2004, 5, 6, that kind of thing, they were everywhere, okay? And it was actually a way, I was using that phone as a device to explore the idea of entrepreneurial spirit in Bombay. Okay, I'm not going to explaining all that now, but the point is, I mean, there was a guy, this photographer from France who was here, and one day the two of us were exploring, and he got very excited looking at those because for him it was kitsch. It was Indian kitsch. Okay, the way those shops, the display in the shops and all that, and in the middle of it, this red phone.
Big red phone.
Yeah, some hand-painted signage and all that. So the thing is, how we are reading the city, he could never see that as something about enterprise, but the fact that it's kept on a little folding stool outside the shop, which is occupying 1 square foot of space, without actually having to pay rent for that 1 square foot of space, is a way in which my lived experience of Bombay allows me to read that little bit of information. You know, whereas this guy obviously is not expected to be able to read it that way. You know, so in my head, I mean, my interest now, let's say in the last 20 years, it's become a very conscious decision where I want to kind of photograph this city itself, because this is the city I know, this is the city I live. And I can continue to read it with more and more depth as I go along. You know.
Thank you. Good answer, Chiradeep.
Yeah, Kripa, Sucharita. So yeah, absolutely. Like, you portray where you live the best, right? But how you see it totally depends on the person who's seeing it. Me and my 15-year-old son see Bombay, Mumbai very differently. I go out looking at the plants wherever they are, whereas my son sees only supercars. So that's what he goes and photographs, videographs. So that's how he sees Bombay. So, you know, even if you are in a place, how you perceive it is very personal. And how you then portray it is, again, the way you look at it.
I agree. And I also want to add to that, apart from these two that I can build on, but adding to that is that when I walk around the city, I'm also thinking, whose city is this? And so looking at all the visuals that surround us, we are permeated with visual culture. And so we also see systematically that a certain kind of community or a certain people are always represented, and there are others who are kept out of the and deliberately pushed in the margin. And so it has become a conscious attempt from my end to bring those faces and those portraits in my art. And I can also link that with what you write, Jane, because you also write about your community that you belong to. You know, in Bombay Balchao is also talking about a community that which is not often projected, you know, as something which is a part of Bombay. Would you like to talk about that?
You warned me, you will ask me. No, but yeah, it's for me also, I think as a journalist, it's always been this curious nature about telling how can you tell the same story about a city differently. And like you said, there are some very visible markers, and you see, when you think about Mumbai, you will see a Marine Drive, you'll see a Gateway of India, and that is the visual that, you know, people relate Bombay with. And I was recently in Scotland, for instance, and when I was speaking about you know, writing my second novel is also about my community, and I was speaking about the Catholic community. For the people in Scotland, the idea of a Catholic community, or for a girl called Jane Borges, also felt like an anomaly. You don't sound Indian, you look Indian. And even my idea of Catholicism is so Indian from their idea of Catholicism, right? Because I was speaking about it so vociferously, like I am a Catholic girl from Bombay, but their religion is, it's not personal, it's also so complicated, because in Scotland, they have this war going on about Protestants versus Catholics for centuries. So you do not voice that out without expecting confrontation, right? And for me, Catholicism is community, because I think in Bombay, we are so many different kinds of people inhabiting the city. I think if I say I'm Catholic, or you will say you're Bengali, it's a way of it's not an identity marker, it's just a way of, like, you know, it's a different space that we occupy in the city. I saw very little of my community being represented in conversations. But the more I delved, I felt like we were also very much instrumental in shaping, making, building, creating the city. And a very, very visible marker of this is the many churches you will see in South Bombay, for instance. Every second lane, every 500 meters, there's a church. It's another thing that there are not enough Christians to fill the church. And that is why the migration project happened, because I thought if there are that many churches, there must have been a need for it. It was just not somebody felt like, I have the money, let's build the church. But there was a need for it at some point in time in the city, and which is why you had a church every few, like every few meters. And that conversation really triggered the migration project that I did. It has also eventually led to me working on the next novel, because I feel that we need to tell our stories more. And it's not a particular kind of story. Everyone should work on telling their stories and putting it out there so that you get to understand this large and beautiful city as it is. So I think that it comes from that space. And also idea of representation, because we are in a space where I can tell that story, I should be able to tell that story more confidently without hesitating.
I also want to just give a small example of this, where I started something called as the Burkha Project, where I being somebody who belongs to
I remember that. It's a lovely project, yes.
So my identity is something that, of an upper caste, upper class woman from Bombay, and then when I wear a burqa and I travel the length and breadth of the city, what do I experience? And so on one level I feel anonymous because I'm completely masking myself. And on another level, there's also fear, and fear of, that you will not be identified. And what if something happens to you and nobody knows what, you will just perish without being identified. And also there is fear of going to certain places. And so that became a project where I become the story that I'm telling.
Fascinating. I think we have about 5-10 minutes, is it? Do we have time? No, we don't have time. But okay, let's throw the panel discussion to the audience. Do you all have some questions that you'd like to ask? Yeah?
There's somebody. I'll tell you what the kind of challenge that one, because when I used to work in the newspapers, it's what she kind of mentioned about, when you're designing a poster, that one poster has to do everything. Okay, so it was a bit like that for us as newspaper photographers, where if there's an event happening, let's say the Women's World Cup is happening, forget everything else that's happened, you need to have that picture of Jemima crying. Okay, now the problem there, I think, is that I think it's too reductive. Okay, and I understand the requirement of that in certain kind of spaces, like in a newspaper, because the page is like real estate, and I think that's kind of valuable for whatever reason, dubious or otherwise. I'm saying that I can't say that you need to publish 5 photographs. It cannot happen. It's a futile battle. However, in the kind of work that I choose to do, I'm kind of trying to figure from time to time, what kind of, what's the balance between image and text. I don't think I do any project where, the text is, that there's too much of text in a way, because I think as a photographer, I'm also kind of attuned to kind of saying, no, I still need to make the visuals kind of communicate, But I'm also aware as to where's the shortfall. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that there's never a conflict as such, but I think it's about knowing as to how do you create that balance between the two things. I think that's absolutely crucial. It's like, I mean, I'm assuming if, say, she's doing a poster for a film, she can't say, oh, I'm not going to put the name of the title of the film. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you need to figure out what's the balance. Is there going to be other text? What is the text? So I don't think it's a conflict at all. I mean, I think it's about balance and kind of,
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that completely, and I have understood that better very lately when I am working as an artist as well, where I'm doing my personal work and not just client work, where, sometimes I used to get very frustrated that, in this poster they would say that make this big, make this title bigger, this name should show, and so I was like, everything is there, so why do you need that? But now that I'm an artist and sometimes I do have to market myself, right? So I understand what they were going through when they had a requirement for a text for a certain issue or anything, why they wanted something to accompany just the visual. So I think the balance is the right thing, and we have to figure that out in whichever way we could for
Yeah,
a project.
Yeah, and I'm also saying, I mean, the important thing is to understand the function of each of these things. I mean, so if I'm, say, that thing which I mentioned about those statues of people reading, right? There is no point in saying, so that statue of Dadabai Nauroji posing with book, statue of Lokmanya Tilak standing with book, that's kind of irrelevant text. What is the text kind of in that? So I remember, like, I mean, you were exploring ideas in that text that I had written, which was about what kind of, what would the future leaders, in India, how would they be projected? For instance, I remember, that was a time when Mayawati was erecting her own statues, and Mayawati was, known to be reasonably corrupt. So, I mean, it kind of made sense to say, Mayawati is posing with her handbag. You know what I mean? I mean, she certainly wasn't posing with a book. So I'm saying it's about understanding what is the text saying. It doesn't have to be exactly what's there in the photograph. I mean, it's also very basic of, like, say, newspaper caption writing, right? I mean, what is the information that is not contained in the image, that you're kind of
Also, I'll
filling the
just
gap.
tell you, when you mentioned about photographing old books, right? If I would have seen that photograph, I could have imagined, I wouldn't have known that he wanted to portray negligence when he is showing those images of books. I could have had my own interpretation. So that that one word, negligence, really helped me see those photographs through that lens that he wanted us to see it. So I think it's
Yeah,
not
meaning
a...
you're steering the narrative in a way, right? I mean, which the visual on its own is open to interpretation, but the words are kind of steering it in a certain way.
There's
So the two kinds of books that we curate in our community library are, one is mirror books and one is window books. So the mirror books are the kind of books that mirror their personality, the place that they come from, the communities that they belong to, that they can relate with, the characters that they are reading, that they can relate with. And window books are window into the world. that sort of enable them to read about other cultures, children everywhere else, and all that is happening in the world, and so on. And so these are the two kinds of books that we are consciously bringing in, and of course, diverse range of books. When we are talking about mythology, there's several narratives that need to be brought into, especially we also tend to see that when books get donated to community libraries, this word donation itself is problematic because someone, is on a higher position when they are giving, and so they tend to sort of discard a lot of their unused books. And most of these books happen to be Amar Chitra Kathas and one sort of religious text. So, so then it's now a conscious attempt to not take books that are pre-loved, but curate and bring in a diverse range of books that are talking about alternate histories, histories written by tribals, of feminist histories, and so on. That's exactly what I'm saying. So window books provide that fantasy where they're looking out into the window. That kind of enables them to imagine. So yeah, it has to be a balance of both. It just cannot be one category of books. And that can only happen when there are people from different backgrounds curating the books and writing the books as well.
Thank you so much, audience, for making this a very interactive session. I'd like to thank Mr. Chirodeep Chowdhury, Ms. Kripa Bhatia, Ms. Sucharita Sengupta Suri for such an insightful discussion on the role and importance of images and illustrations in books. Your perspectives have shown us how visuals and depth and meaning to stories. Our gratitude to Ms. Jane Borges for steering the conversation so gracefully. I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Sujata Jadhav, PP Vikram Mane, Rotarian Yashpal and Anita Mewati, President Samir Limaye, Convener Atul Bide. We have a vehicle number 6163 which is blocking the entrance. May I request the owner to please take care of it.
Check. Yeah.
Hello. So I would like to mention one thing over here. Yeah. So such a wonderful and gifted artist we have over here. And I would like to mention this. My career has started because we fondly call him Chiro. And it's like 18 years back he had interviewed me, and I'm really grateful to him because I'm here today. So
Request all the hailers to please join us on stage. As the final chapter of this year's Thane Lit Festival comes to a close, we carry with us the echoes of powerful words, unforgettable stories, and the warmth of shared imagination. Over the past days, we've celebrated voices, old and new, explored ideas that challenge and inspire, and build a community bound by a love for literature. To our speakers, performers, volunteers, partners, and most importantly you, our audience, thank you for being part of this journey. Your presence turned this festival up into a living, breathing celebration of creativity. Special thanks to our registration desk team, PP Vikram Mane, PP ND Joseph, and Rotarian Milan Surya Vanshi. Let's continue to read, write, and reflect, and keep the spirit of storytelling alive beyond these walls. Until we meet again, stay curious, stay inspired, and keep turning the page. This is Kalita Subramanian signing off for today. Dil se thank you from all of us at the